tonight. Now we call names tonight. We call names tonight.
Are you ready?
Saw a father bashing his own son.
And all the parents were arguing with each other.
It was really stressful and it made me just not feel good at all.
I stopped because I was being yelled at and it just wasn't any fun anymore.
If they've got to yell out, they could say like something encouraging, like
Good job.
or good pass.
You're doing great.
You're good, just keep trying and you'll get there.
Just let kids be kids.
Well, here we are, trackside, day 5 of 8 of the 2017 Australian Athletics Championships. It's day 2 of the live stream, and it was hot yesterday, but pack your umbrella and a jumper because it is freezing and raining. The wind's blowing around. I'm joined again by Ben Offerins, who's going to be up in the box with me, and trackside, Tamsin Lewis. Now, Tamsin, the Open start tonight at the Australian Athletics Championships. Who are you looking forward to?
Look, I'm going to be a bit biased and go to the middle distance. I'm really looking forward to the final event of tonight's program. The women's 1500 starts off round 1. You've got 3 Olympians coming up against last year's national champion in Heidi C. So it's going to be on from the gun.
Yeah, definitely. And not just the women's 1500. Ben, what are you thinking is going to be a highlight for you today?
Yeah, for me today, I'd say the women's 400. Obviously, the field is quality. Can Morgan Mitchell defend the title? I think she's pretty good. She's in a box seat for it. And also the men's 8. It's going to be fantastic championship racing. There's 5 or 6 guys who can take this out, and I'm looking forward to that one for sure.
Yeah, for me, they've been out here all day. The men's and women's heptathlon and decathlon. Cedric Dubler, the Olympian. Celeste Mucci going for a first Open title. Stay tuned for the rest of the live stream. Well, it certainly is bucketing down here, day 5 of 8 of the 2017 Australian Athletics Championships. So you can see the rain is pouring, and I'm pretty sure it's raining all the way from here to Bundaberg in Queensland. I've seen the radar, and doesn't look like it's going to let up anytime soon. This is probably the heaviest it's been.
Yeah, it's definitely up there. There was a little stint earlier today that was a bit like this, and then it sort of dropped off a little bit. It gave us an opportunity to have a walk around the track, get a bit of a feel for the current conditions, but the heavens have opened back up again, and here it comes teeming down.
Yeah, and this is why the officials, they make this world, the athletics world, go around, and they're out there in force wearing the very, very spiffy black Adidas jackets out there, keeping themselves nice and hopefully water-free, but fingers crossed they're very waterproof. Phil for those coaches down the back straight, out in the elements. So you can see a bit of work going into the shot put at the moment. So we've got a couple of field events going on. That is the under-14 women's shot put final, just in front of us. And we shouldn't be too far away from some decathlon high jump and some ambulant long jump finals very shortly. But there are the girls all huddled underneath the lone tent. And there's your start list there. Malia Obaldston, Imogen Petrie, Olivia Nigoto Scott, Amelie Borg, Angelina Tignani, Caitlin Coulter, Lauren McGarry, Jamin Takeri, Lauren Smith, and Jessica Stevanovic. Cara Gerber, Ashlyn Blackstock, April Lorikainen, Sophie McPartland, and Amity Buss. Now, Tamsin's down in the elements. She's obviously not in the shelter up here, but Tamsin, it's actually looking worse and worse.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm pretty sure I drew the short straw tonight. I thought it was going to be great out here on the track to be trackside with the athletes, but as you can see, I'm battling the elements with the decathletes out there, trying to high jump. It is insane. It's just started to pour even more heavily than before. The track is saturated, and you know, they may even have to stop the decathlon high jump for a little bit because it's getting really wet at the takeover zone. So they're going to want to make sure they dry it between each jump, and hopefully we don't see any accidents out there.
Yeah, just as you say that, Tamsin, one of the athletes in the shot put circle actually went to throw the shot put and it just slipped straight out of her hands. So obviously the shot putters as well finding these conditions quite difficult.
Yeah, and you've got to feel for the athletes because, you know, you train so hard, and this is the pinnacle for a lot of them. They've come to the national championships. They want to perform their best, and it's pretty difficult conditions out there, I have to say.
Yeah, certainly. Obviously, when you come to nationals, you should be in peak performance and peak shape. But, you know, if you don't get a medal, you want to get a PB. But unfortunately, with these conditions, it's probably not too conducive to a PB. So it's just those medals on offer. And you can see those shot puts landing in a very, very muddy area. It's probably the dirtiest shot put going around. Hopefully those girls have got a bit of chalk as well to try and keep it as dry as possible. But we might need maybe a few extra tents out there to keep all those athletes dry. It's lucky that it's only the under-14 girls. If that was the open boys shot put, I don't think they'd all be able to squeeze under that one tent.
You can see the poor things. They're all huddled in there. I think they're going with the option that the closer they are to each other, the warmer the body heat will be. But it's, you know, you can see them using the broom to sweep the water out of the circle after every shot put is completed. It's definitely very difficult conditions, but we're going to see a 200-metre run very shortly, and it'll be interesting to see what the wind is. I think the only positive I can get from this, guys, is the fact that the wind has completely dropped from what it was before. So hopefully maybe once the clouds disappear, which obviously doesn't look great at the moment, but hopefully the rain will hold off for a little bit and we'll get some quality athletics done this evening.
Yeah, hopefully it's just going to rain itself out. That's what we'll, fingers crossed. Yeah, I think that's the official's job I want, the one just tucked under there calling out the names. She's pretty comfortable in there, but this broom's getting a lot of work. Pretty much a sweep every round. Yeah,
I guess we do have to give a bit of shout out to the officials, because as the athletes are able to huddle under that tent, and I see Bob Chalmers is actually that official down there from WA, overseeing the athletes there. But there's some of these officials out here. They've been standing out here all day. They've had to deal with the elements that have been presented to them, and they've done a fantastic job. You know, obviously, none of them out there complaining. They're just standing out there, just copping the rain. So I actually do feel for some of these officials, because I'd be a little reluctant to stick my hand up and say, hey, I'll go out there and stand in all this rain and help these athletes. So thank you out to the officials. They're doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, look, like you saw it over in Rio when Danny Samuels at the time, was out there performing the discus. It was torrential, and obviously the officials need to be out there as well. It's not only hard on the athletes, but the officials need to be out there to make all the right decisions under those conditions. But I suppose it does need to be fair. If it's going to be swept for some person, it needs to be swept every throw, I'd say. It's just to, make it nice and even between all the rounds. You can see in the background, that's the men's decathlon under 20s and opens high jump, just underway. It's in two pools at the moment. Obviously, the one closest to us, 165 at the moment, and the back pool at 186. Now I can see Tamsin down trackside. We've had the heptathlon. It looks like she's with Andrea Thompson, who just won her heat of the 200 metres in the heptathlon.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. I had to grab Andrea because the conditions out here are just horrendous. How was it for you?
I think that's probably the worst conditions I've ever had to run in. It was shocking. It was splashing. I was blind. Not good.
Yeah, and the time? How was the time for you?
Yeah, not good either. Probably almost a second slower than what I'd want to run, so...
Yeah, so it was into a negative 1.9 with absolutely torrential rain. Was it slippery out there on the bend?
Not that I noticed. I was honestly just trying to focus staying in my lane because I couldn't see. The rain was in my eyes and, yeah, not my favourite.
No. So hopefully you finished your first day. What do you do from here resting up for tomorrow?
Get dry. And yeah, eat lots of pasta, just have a good sleep, I guess.
Great effort, Andrea, and let's hope tomorrow is a lot drier for you.
Thank you.
Eat lots of pasta. She's staying with the ACT team. I know they had a pretty handy lasagna last night.
She's not staying with us, but we do have plenty of lasagna left, so Andrea is more than welcome to head over to the manager's apartments and sample some of the delicious lasagna made by Andrew Eddowes, former chef to the Prime Minister and Governor-General. So he's done a fantastic job for us, and I much appreciated his cooking last night. I must tell you, it was a late one. I didn't get back till about 10 o'clock, and there was this made lasagna ready on the table for me. So thank you, Andrew.
I had some goslem from the side. There was a Dixie Chicks concert last night here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. So they were preparing some spinach and feta goslem on the side, a bit of lemon. It was pretty nice.
There you go. There you go. We'll stop complaining.
Yeah, no, that was good. I enjoyed it. Well, that's not bad. They're right. Probably landing in the muddiest spot of the field there.
Yeah, just shy of the 12 metres. Be high 11s, I'd say. But these athletes, they are doing an outstanding job in these conditions. Really an awesome effort from these guys.
So, guys and girls listening at home, because of the rain, we might be getting some of our track programs coming a little bit earlier. So if you're watching now and thinking, oh, don't worry, I'll come back to watch my friend, family, daughter, son, cousin, brother, sister, maybe just come in back a little bit earlier, about 10 to 15 minutes earlier, just to make sure you don't miss it. Obviously, you can rewatch all the action. Oh, that's what everyone does. I actually went home and watched it again. You know, you've just got to make sure you might miss something. You might miss something on the stream.
Yeah, exactly. I've actually spoken to a number of people who said they've just headed off from the athletic centre and gone back home to watch the live stream on the couch. Lovely.
True athletics fans.
And they enjoyed it.
Oh, how could they not enjoy it? I enjoyed it. We've got tonight and then 3 more solid days of action. We can see the men's open decaf. They're currently in the second pool over the back there, the bar 189. So it's starting to get up into some serious heights here for the decathletes. And a very nice clearance there. Probably good to get as many first jump clearances as you can in this high jump and get yourself out of that rain. Now competing in this decathlon, it's Cedric Dubler, our first Olympic decathlete since 2000 to compete. And actually the first decathlete since 1992 to actually finish a decathlon. Dean Barton-Smith was our last completed decathlete in 1992. Now, Tamsin, I did see you having a bit of a chat to some of those under-14 girls out at the shot put.
Yeah, no, I was trying to see how they were managing with the conditions, but it's interesting. One of the young girls, Osbaldeston, sorry if I've pronounced that incorrectly, from New South Wales, she's actually changed out of her shot put shoes and just put her plain runners on because the circle is so slippery. She was finding that she wasn't able to get the grip that she needed, so she's gone back to her plain runners.
Well, yeah, I suppose that's a tactic that she might have picked up from another thrower somewhere else, or yeah, it's very smart. Mr. Offrens, talk us through. Have you got a bit of experience with shot put and joggers?
I do actually. I took a silver medal at the ACT titles in a pair of joggers. In the open men's shot put it out there, double digits throw.
With a 7.26.
With 7.26, pair of joggers, 10.01.
Glide or 10.0? You did just get into the double digits. Did you? Is that a bit of CEO bias? Maybe they shortened the tape around. Was that steel tape? Was that EDM?
Just because I am friends with a number of the officials that were on the event site.
A number?
No.
Would the number be all?
I looked at the tape, and it was an
so
official
they let you read it
10.01.
out. They let you read it out.
Well, I just had a look.
I had a look.
It was a 10.01 official in a pair of joggers to take the silver medal.
So right now, this is the first of two heats of the women's heptathlon. From the inside, we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 going in the first heat of this. There'll be two heats. This is the last of 4 events for these athletes. You see just there in lane 2, Celeste Mucci went 13.46 in the hurdles, which is ridiculously fast and she's still eligible for the World Juniors the World Under 20 Champs in 2018. So from the inside, Celeste Mucci, Kobe Nichols, Portia Bing, Virginia Stasizian, Alicia Burnett, Chiara Rodinguez, and Emily Charlson. And off and running again from the inside, Mucci, Nichols, Bing, Stasizian, Burnett, Rodinguez, and Charlson. On the outside, Rodinguez from WA running very, very quickly, as well as Kobe Nichols. But entering the home straight is going to be Portia Bing from New Zealand with a big lead. This is all about points in this. But it's Portia Bing striding away. Rodinguez trying to chase her down. But you run out of real estate there. Portia Bing, 24.79, a negative 0.3. That is the unofficial winning time there for the New Zealander. Portia Bing, very handy hurdles I saw this morning too, 13.98. So not too shabby.
Not a bad effort at all.
I'm guessing they're going to probably, I don't know, follow just what Andrea said before, go home, get warm, have a shower, eat some pasta.
Definitely. It's one of those things where these hep and decathlon athletes really have to work on their recovery after their events, because coming out here, doing 3 to 5 events on one day, having to go home, rest, come back, do it all again, it is quite taxing on the body. I've done one decathlon and almost broke my body, so I have full respect for these athletes that come out here and do 7 to 10 events during a championship, for sure.
Now it looks like Tams is down there with Celeste Mucci.
I feel guilty holding this umbrella. She needs it more. Celeste, you've had a fantastic championship so far. How's the body holding up?
Had a few massages because the hammies are taking an impact on it, but no, it seems to be holding up all right. I mean, I think I can get through this hep. So here we go.
You must be incredibly happy with how your hurdles are going.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've had 3 runs under my PB previous to this, so definitely happy with my hurdles. Yeah.
I saw you have a slight shake of the head when you crossed the line then in the 200 metres. Was that because you were disappointed or just because of the conditions?
A bit of both, really. Not much I can do about conditions, but yeah, definitely. I think the body is definitely taking an impact this week, but I think I can pull through. Yeah.
All right, well, let's get you out of this weather, rest up, and really looking forward to seeing you at the long jump tomorrow morning.
Thank you. See ya.
Good luck today.
Yeah, Celeste Mucci, very handy. I think she's gone over 6 metres 30 this year already in the long jump, so it's almost as if for the heps and the decathlon, it's an extra event that overnight from the last event to the first event the next day.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's good to see some of these hep athletes out there competing in the individual events as well. Obviously, Celeste Mucci and Andrea Thompson went head-to-head together against in the long jump, the under-20s long jump.
Certainly did. Andrea Thompson went to the World Youth in 2015, but there's a start list for the second of our time finals. Rachel Lindbergh, Leah Oakhill, Natalie Booth, Joanne Waring, Christine Gain and Vicky Clark. Natalie Booth, I think it's her brother Aaron Booth, is in the men's decathlon, both from New Zealand.
Family occasion out here in Sydney.
Bring the family for a holiday, come do the Australian champs.
Exactly. Get rained on.
Well, it's almost like New Zealand, isn't it? Again from the inside, Lindbergh, Oakhill, Booth, Waring, Gain and Clark. Pretty even in the first few stages of this race. Maybe Natalie Booth getting very close to the lead as they enter the home straight. That's Leah Oakhill from Queensland. In lane 3, striding out, getting chased down by Natalie Booth. And finishing very fast there, Rachel Lindbergh. But it'll be Oakhill just holding on. 27.17, the wind negative 0.4. At least the wind seems to be dying down a little bit. The flags don't look like they're blowing around too much, but I think it just doesn't look like enjoyable conditions.
It doesn't at all. As Tamsin said before, the wind is dying, so I guess you've got to look for the positives in some of this stuff, and maybe that is one we can turn to. But honestly, out there in this sort of rain, it's not fun. It's never fun to run in the rain. A couple of maybe younger kids may enjoy it, splashing around. The parents might not so much. But from an athletic point of view, it definitely isn't conducive to great performances at all.
No, definitely. It's more of I get to play footy in the rain. Sometimes that's a bit fun, but running, nah, not so much. And I think I may have seen Rachel Lindbergh a little bit earlier in the triple jump, earlier today, the triple jump qualifying. So that's a big day. I'm doing a heptathlon. Let's throw an extra event in the first day.
Why not?
Now, I must say I've had to do a bit of research on the New Zealand uniforms. There's a lot of them wearing their club uniforms. I did say Isaiah Pretty last night looked like he was wearing Canterbury. I've been corrected. It's Waikato. And that what would make sense is who Waikato in the Super 15?
The Chiefs.
The Chiefs, and that's what they wear. That's the colours they wear. It was silly of me.
Yep. Red, yellow, and black.
That's it.
Colours of the Chiefs.
Rookie error on my behalf, and I will keep my eye out and make a bit more of an intelligent decision. I'm sorry to offend anyone from Waikato and Canterbury as well. Blake Carr currently on the runway in the men's ambulant long jump. He's the first to go, and it looks like they are unsure what round they're in. They're not working the board at the moment. But Blake Carr was happy to take him over to the Oceania champs last year. got to compete. Absolute legend.
He is a good guy.
Blake Carr.
He was down in Canberra for some of our competitions. Jumped well.
And I think he might be going to the INAS Games later on this year in Thailand. So there's your start list. Blake Carr, Lindsay Hendy, Ari Jassini, Nick Hum, Sampath Demira, Leighton Lloyd, Braden Davidson, and Yipar Prasan Jayalath. Now, Davidson, Paralympic gold medalist. Only one of few that we got from the Australian team.
Yep.
And Nick Hum, can't forget Nick Hum. He actually went 7 metres 40 in Canberra.
Yes, he did.
He did. And that's actually Nick out there on the board, on the runway right now. I think it was a windy 740. He did get in the 730s legal, but that is absolutely huge jumping. And getting very close to that world record for the T20 athletes. Well, it looks like there's a bit of an issue there with some of the run-ups. It is tough conditions out there. These guys are probably close to the most shoulder, right in front of the stand, but you know it's not ideal. Doesn't matter what event you're doing. Cross back over to the Decath bar at 192. This is the second round. It's a Melbourne University athlete. Just not getting enough wet mats. That's probably got to be the worst thing about it.
Yeah, as soon as you land in that, just once, first jump.
That's all you need.
Boom, you hit it, completely saturated.
So this is currently split into two pools at the moment. There's Alec Diamond, who competed at the Under-20 World Champs last year in Bydgoszcz in the Decathlon. So this is his first shot at the Open specs. And that looks like John Lane, the English competitor, currently spending a bit of time on the Gold Coast. So they've split them into, obviously, they don't want them to spend so much time out there, so they put some of the better high jumpers over at one side. And I'm not going to say bad high jumpers, but those that sometimes high jump's not your event.
Exactly. I would definitely be on the second side. High jump is definitely not one of my fortes.
I'd have to say I'd be probably out at 171 already.
I would definitely be out. I think I have a PB of 165.
That's handy. It's very handy.
It's still not higher than what I am in height. So yeah. I find that's the mark that I feel like that you should chase for, to be able to jump over yourself. And I can't currently do that.
I do like that this guy's bringing back the Nelson, the old Athvic uniform.
It's vintage. It's from probably 03 is the first time I saw it. I don't know if it was in circulation before then.
Yeah, Hamish Nelson there, 29. So he's definitely had that vintage singlet for quite some time.
Now, as we continue to see these high jumpers in the Decathlon compete, this rain, it's not slowing down at all.
No.
It's still coming down.
It really isn't.
Sometimes you hope that you might have a bit of a period of 5 to 10 minutes where it obviously comes down, but this is sustained on for quite a while now.
Now, while we're talking about the Decathlon, why don't we have a chat to 2014 Commonwealth Games representative in the Decathlon and Combined Events National Junior Coach, Steve Kane, is with Tamsin.
I am, and you'll have to excuse us if he starts chatting to the athletes because I can't distract him too much. But Steve, you better than anyone will know how tough it is to compete in these conditions. How are the guys going out there?
Considering they're doing really well. It is really tough. It's not very confidence building when you feel puddles under your feet, especially at takeoff. And the rain doesn't help the visual aspect. So most of the boys are doing really well, but yeah, really tough.
So you come into a decathlon competition, obviously you can't do it week in, week out, and you're setting yourself for a good points total, and you come against these conditions. Do you have to reassess and change the goal for the weekend?
I don't think so. I think you always stick to the plan. Whilst the conditions are not good, it doesn't stop you from jumping. It doesn't stop you from jumping high. It doesn't stop you from competing against everyone that you would compete against in better conditions. So I think it is what it is. You focus on the process, and if you make it, you make it. If you don't, then you can reconsider what happens after.
And of course, our focus is definitely on Cedric. We haven't had a male decathlete represent Australia at a World Championship since Dagan Haynes in 1997, which is a long time ago, and he was a fantastic. There you go. He's a fantastic decathlete. How's Cedric going out there?
Like all the boys, he hasn't started jumping yet. Oh no! So yeah, he'll come in shortly. The bar's at 192 for the boys, and he'll start in a minute. His 100 was okay. His long jump was okay in tough conditions, just as wet as this earlier today. His shot put wasn't too bad. So yeah, the conditions aren't made for big decathlon scores, but yeah, he's in really good shape. So he's got a handful of months to get ready for the World Champs, and really keen to see an Aussie represent at the World Champs in decaf.
Okay, one more final thing while we've got you. What about the talent coming through for the decathlons?
It's really exciting. Yeah, we've got a few boys in the under-20s, a couple of the Victorian fellas going really well at the moment. They're sort of leading 1, 2, 3. Queenslander by the name of Josh Connolly's recently converted from high jump to decathlon. He's a really talented boy. Alec Diamond went to the World Juniors last year. He's now an open athlete, so keen to see how he goes in the open ranks. And we've also got some really talented under-17 and under-18s. Ash Maloney's just finished his javelin and is set to potentially break the Australian under-18 record. He's got a 1,500 left to go. That record's held by Jake Steen, and I think it's 7,400 and something. So that'll be a really interesting race to watch shortly. And yeah, there's a few other young guys coming through, so really exciting.
Brilliant. Thanks, Steve. I'll let you get back to cheering on the high jump.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Steve and Tamsin. It must be nice to have your own personal umbrella holder.
I was just about to say that. Tamsin, we might have to get you to have a quick question to Steve. One more. Is this a paid position?
Is which one the paid position, guys?
The personal umbrella holder.
No, for Steve. Steve's got his own personal umbrella holder.
Okay, you've got your own personal umbrella holder here. The guys up the box want to know, is it a paid position?
Hopefully soon.
He was paid earlier this week. He actually won the under-16 heptathlon title, so he was rewarded with a gold medal. So
oh, and then now he gets to hold your umbrella. That's excellent, Steve.
Did you hear that? That's like so the token. You make sure he pays you later.
Well, for anyone wanting to win the under-16 heptathlon next year in 2018, that's the prize you get. You get to hold Steve Kane's umbrella.
I might have to go and enter it myself. Might have a shave that day.
Yeah,
get out there, try and pass as an under-16 athlete, just so I can go out there and hold the umbrella for the one and only Steve Kane.
Oh, yep, the Spa is starting to get up into the serious stuff. Like Steve said before, probably won't see Cedric in there just yet. And now we did see earlier the para long jump. Some of the athletes not enjoying the conditions a lot and have chose to forego a lot of their jumps. So the competition's over now. It's finished early, so we'll try and get those results for you. It has finished a little bit, so if you're turning on now, you haven't missed it. Some of the athletes have decided probably don't want to be out there too long. We may actually see some of those guys in the open, especially Nicholas Hum, who's jumping out in the 740s, 730s.
I don't think that's a bad decision. I think it's a fairly smart one. Some of these athletes, they're out here. Obviously, they've had a few jumps in, all that, but sometimes it's not worth the risk. There is that potential to injure yourself during the long jump. So, fully support the decision by these athletes to stop the competition early.
Yeah, exactly. Now, some of these athletes, they are trying to qualify for. There's a few world champs. The INAS Games for the intellectually disabled athletes. There's the Junior Championships. I think it's in Switzerland. Mm-hmm. And then there's the IPC World Championships, which will bookend from the front, let's say, the able-bodied world champs in London. So I think so they've obviously seen what we're doing, combining our junior and senior, and therefore why don't we combine the IPC and the able-bodied?
I think it's a fantastic idea.
Oh, I love it. So just out there now, this is the wheelchair 800 metres. From the inside, Gregory Luff, and on the outside, Nathan Donaldson. Both T34 athletes. And Nathan Donaldson from Bundaberg. And we've also got a very good wheelchair athlete from Bundaberg, Reid McCracken. Won multiple medals. He's been pushing for years and years. He's still young. He's only 20
a little bit
this
better
year.
Than very, very good. I'd say outstanding.
He is amazing. Also T34 athlete, I think. T34, T33. And I'm not sure. I'd say it's tricky conditions. We heard Andrea Thompson before saying, obviously she couldn't see with the spray from her eyes. But if these athletes, if they're close together, there's a lot of water coming off those wheels.
Yeah, I guess it can't be any dissimilar to riding a bike. If you're riding a bike behind someone else, just the treads on the tyres can flick that up. And I can only assume that it would be similar to this. Especially when you go through some of these puddles. Obviously, they're out there. The track is saturated, so you're definitely going to get that. And the other thing is, a lot of these wheelchair athletes don't actually like the surface out here that's down in Sydney. It's a Recatan surface. They prefer the Mondo surface because it's rolled out more like carpet, so it's a lot smoother. Obviously, provides less friction for the athletes as they're rolling around. And world records tend to be broken on the Mondo surface as opposed to the Recatan.
Yeah, well, like we did see down in Canberra, Matty Di Rosario, very, very close to that world record. And
0.05, I think.
Yeah,
0.05.
And that's a Mondo surface. This is a Recatan M99.
M99, we've been told.
So Greg Luff having a big look there over his shoulder as he pushes down the back straight. 200 metres to go. Donaldson in chase. But yeah, it's tough conditions for absolutely everyone out there.
I saw the officials earlier on the pole vault with the grass roller, trying to soak up a little bit of the moisture on the runway. So maybe we could get a couple of these officials to walk it out and around in lane 1 and 2. See if we can get a bit of this water off the track.
Maybe for those later on, the 8s and 15s. But Greg Luff from New South Wales, he'll cross the line first place in this 800 metres. Unofficial winning time there. Just around the 2:31, straight off the track.
It's not wasting any time at all.
Let's get out of the rain. You may have noticed the clock didn't stop. A lot of the athletes, for the clock, we do use beams. So it's a little bit different to the photo finish. It works off the same, but it's an unofficial time. And sometimes those chairs do go under the beams. So it wouldn't set off the clock. But our photo finish judges, best in the world. And we'll get our official times for us later on. Looks like we might have 2:30.43 and 2:38.87 as those times there for Greg Luff in first place and Nathan Donaldson in second. And back out to the high jump. We did hear Steve Kane mention Josh Connolly making his way to high jump. He's been at the last 2 World Underage Championships in 2015. He went to Cali for high jump. And in 2016, he went to Big Gosht for high jump as well. So in this year, he's decided, you know what? I'm going to give Decathlon a go. A bit boring doing high jump. So, actually the older brother of Ella Connolly.
Oh, there you go.
So
talented family.
Very talented family. Ella's taken to the track and Josh seems to have taken to the field.
Why not? Get your money's worth.
Exactly.
Rather than doing one event.
It is. Well, it's track and field.
We do an event for, less than 50 seconds. They're out there for 2 days straight.
They definitely do get their money's worth. Plenty of track time.
Imagine if registration fees were based on time spent on the field.
Oh, I'd only do the 100. Or a 60. I'd hope for a 60 indoors.
You could do long jump, pull out after one round.
Oh, yeah. I won't warm up either. I'll just walk out. It's a per second. You can see Cedric Dubler looking very cosy under that tent. He probably doesn't want to get out there. But hanging around in this time, he's done a couple of events already. He's done the one, the long, and the shot put. But it's almost like you would need to start warming up again.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you really actually have to be quite smart when you're out there in the field events and you decide to come in at, obviously, the higher rounds, because you're out the back on the warm-up track, do your warm-up, go through to the call room, and it's not a thing where your first athlete up on the track, off you go. Some of these athletes can be waiting up to half an hour before they even think about getting out there to complete their first jump.
Oh, exactly.
It's the same with the pole vaulters. They're another one that can spend a lot of time out in the field before they actually do compete, depending on the quality of the field that they're competing against.
Yeah, exactly. And with a thing like this, so when you get to a major champs, obviously all of the athletes are over that, say for pole vault, 570. That's the qualifier to get there. But when you come to a national champs, if you're a 570 jumper, you might be against a lot of others who might start a little bit lower. Their best may be the qualifying mark.
Yep. They're probably just lucky that I couldn't make the starting height, because I did sort of qualify for nationals, but because I can't make the starting height in the pole vault, I wasn't allowed to compete. So if I was allowed to compete, I'm coming in at 2.5 metres. It's a little bit shy of the 570 that some of these athletes like Curtis Marshall might be going for, so they might be hanging around and be a little annoyed with an athlete like myself.
So there's your official results there from that women's under-14 shot put. Marlia Osbaldiston, 12.04. Caitlin Coulter, 11.83. And Ashlyn Blackstock, 11.77. New South Wales, 1-2-3. And Malaya, that's the athlete that gave us the insight, maybe changing it to the... changing her her throwing shoes to her joggers. Seemed to work. She got out over 12 metres and took out the gold medal in what could have been her first nationals. You can see on the start sheet there is our athletes in the women's ambulant 800 metres. Belinda Scott, Alicia Burt, Chloe Iwanoshko, Kirsty Newcomb and Stephanie Schweitzer. I've had a bit of practice with Iwanoshko. She was a New South Wales athlete, so you got to make sure you say them all right. Not sure what the classifications are for Belinda, Kirsty and Stephanie. And if I look at the screen out here, it looks like they're all T20, except for Newcomb, who's a 38. So there's Belinda Scott there. Alicia Burt. Her sister's been a medalist over the 100 metres at national champs previously. Chloe Iwanoshko there. Kirsty Newcomb. And on the outside, Stephanie Schweitzer. So with these athletes, with the majority of them being the same classification, these athletes will know before they work off the world record percentages who's more likely to take the gold. So the first of the T20 athletes over the line will know at least a silver medal, minimum, depending on how Kirsty Newcomb goes. So that's out in front, Schweitzer, followed by Scott. And it looks like Burt, Iwanoshko and Newcomb. And obviously got some 8s here. We'll see some 8s a bit later on this evening. The men's open, 800 metres. They're Ambulant women just warming up the track. Maybe the conditions will worsen. These girls are... Lane 1's usually the wettest lane on a rainy day, isn't it? It's a bit unfortunate we're getting some distance events tonight.
Sometimes the water seems to sort of drift into that lane 1 and pool a little bit, especially if there's been a lot of rain. The drainage can be overflowing. Sometimes it's tough to keep up with so much rain falling down. But just as the athletes go through for the bell lap, I just want to say it's fantastic to see Belinda Scott in uniform. It's good to see she's out there representing New South Wales in the New South Wales kit. Now, obviously, with the juniors, it's compulsory for them to go out there and compete in the uniform, where with the Opens, they do have a choice. They can go out and compete with the uniform, or they can choose to compete in their own, whether it be a club, sponsor, or the like. I'm a supporter of state territory uniforms out there. One, it's easier for us. We actually know where they're from just by visually looking at them. So we know Belinda Scott's from New South Wales, where with some of these other athletes, they can be in all sorts of different uniforms, and it makes it a little bit more difficult. But I think just watching the juniors and then watching the seniors, it has a bit of a special feel when you see these athletes out there representing their state or territory.
Proud to wear their colours of their state. As you see, coming into the home straight, Stephanie Schweitzer with a big lead from Belinda Scott. Alicia Burt doing her best to try and close that gap. But Schweitzer guaranteed at least a silver medal here as she crosses the line. 2:29.73, the unofficial winning time. Belinda Scott from New South Wales crossing in second place, and Alicia Burt. Chloe Iwanoshko next to go, and that's Kirsty Newcomb, T38 athlete. We'll have to see. They compare their times to the world record off a percentage and see just how close they can get, and that will determine our medals.
Great run there by Schweitzer to take that one out. But also Belinda Scott, she's only, I believe she's only recently been classified as a para-athlete. She completed that down in the ACT just a couple of weeks ago. And look, she's happy, she's stoked. She could have come away with a medal here, I reckon. She's definitely been guaranteed a bronze medal, at least.
At least.
So she's stoked.
Now down the back straight, that's our triple jump underway.
So just an announcement for all our spectators.
The under-16 men's triple jump final. Down over the back straight, probably the toughest place to view as a...
to a straight final, which will be held at 6 p.m. on Saturday. So the 358 women's open final, the Olympic narrows were scheduled for 7 p.m. tonight. They have now been cancelled and will compete as a straight final at 6 p.m. on Saturday.
Hamish Nelson there just going out. Missing the bar at 180. And it looks like the second pool is just reaching the 2 metre mark. It's gone to 2:01. Rain still falling very heavily.
That was Noah Hain from New South Wales there with a jump.
And there's your results. Unofficial results there. Steph Schweitzer, 2:29.70. Belinda Scott, 2:37.71, which she was very, very pumped about. Alicia Burt, 2:41.95. Chloe Iwanoshko, 2:50.46. And Kirsty Newcomb, 2:57.76. So that's their times as they cross the line, not their final medal tally placings.
Yep, we have to wait for the MDS calculations for that one.
Well, I don't think it's an MDS because it's off the world record. They can just go boom, straight off the world record.
Oh.
But when you get to the juniors, because they've got so many different world records, the crazy world of the MDS table, I could not start to understand it.
Yeah, it is a bit of a complex calculation and process that they do go through. But we have the faith that these officials have come up with a solution.
Oh, that's why they do it. They're the best at it.
To have a true and fair champion awarded the gold, silver and bronze medals. As we see Hamish Nelson fail his attempt on that one.
Cedric Dubler, first attempt, 201. Straight off the mat as quick as possible. That jacket was... Oh, sorry. His singlet there was probably just one nice shade of blue, and now it's soaked.
There you go. But intelligent... We were just speaking before, we were watching the triple jumpers walk out to the event side. One of the athletes had an umbrella with him as he was walking out there. And I tell you what, that's not a bad decision at all. I'd say that's intelligent.
Switched on.
Very, very intelligent. As we saw there, Cedric has his own umbrella. He's had his jump, run straight back to the umbrella, picked it up, gone over to discuss the jump with the coach, but keeping dry while having the umbrella. And I'm sure he'll wander off back to the tent, stick the jumper, the pants back on, and wait for his next jump.
There's Josh Connolly, now two-time Australian junior representative over the high jump. PB of 2:16. And looks like he's going off a shorter run-up at the moment, not a full run-up. Just unfortunately having a miss there at 2:01. And Hamish Nelson looks like his third miss there. So he'll bow out of the competition. Now, Tamsin, whereabouts are you now?
Okay, so I've made my way into the crowd. It's drier up here, and I have found Josh, who just missed that high jump clearance, his parents, Mike and Laurel. And I've also found the superstar, his sister, Ella, from the Junior Championships. Talk us through that jump. You just said you shouldn't have watched.
Well, he's not a bad high jumper, but obviously the conditions today aren't fabulous. So we're just hoping he can make the next one.
It's a big change to go from one event of a high jump to doing the 10 of them in the decathlon. What was the thoughts around that?
Yeah, look, he's always enjoyed all the field events and all the track events, so he thought he just wanted to give it a go, and it's another challenge. So he thought he might just give it a go.
Variety of training.
He does realise there's the 1500 at the end, doesn't he?
Yeah, he loves the 1500. He goes round all right with the 1500.
Wow. And Ella, what a week of competition you've had. How's the body pulled up?
Yeah, it's pulled up pretty good. Yeah.
So will we be seeing you in the Open Women's 400 later this evening?
Definitely not. I think I might give that one a miss. But yeah.
I'm pretty sure you're allowed to have the week off after the night off after the week that you've had. Talk us through the 200 metres yesterday. You were running against your great friend Riley Day. You had a really good start though, I thought. You came around the bend really well, and perhaps that coming off the bend, maybe she got away from you. How did it feel?
Well, I knew I had to get a good start, but obviously Riley's amazing, so it was awesome to run against her, and I was just happy with my time and new PB, so I was stoked.
Well, 23.66 is pretty fast. Now, what about the 400? That was a great competition between you and Benderi. Obviously, she came in with the faster personal best. Were you expecting to go sub 53?
I was kind of like, my head was kind of expected for anything that could happen, but my coach had a good plan, so we just stick to the plan. I trusted in him and it worked, so I'm happy with that.
What was the plan, just out of interest?
Well, the game plan was to not go out as hard, so I usually just use my speed at the start a bit. So he's like, don't go out as hard and save a bit for the rest. So I was able to stay there and stay a bit strong at the end.
You were very strong at the end, and you've got such an exciting future. The women's under 18 is looking like the age group of the year. I'll let you guys relax, and hopefully Josh will get over the next attempt.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's good to see. She's had a big week already, so it's good to see she's heading home now. Very successful, but there's the start list now For the next event on the track, the men's Ambulant 800 metres, Sam Harding from the ACT, Paul Gilbert, WA, Alberto Campbell, Queensland, Andrew Semmens, Victoria, Timon Sideris, South Australia, Will Steadman, New Zealand, Will Howard, Queensland, Nathan Dallas, New South Wales, and Thomas Goodman from South Australia.
Looking forward to this one, actually. Got a bit of a soft spot for Sam Harding. Been doing some training with Sam back down in the ACT. He's also another fellow WA local or home, or whatever you want to call it. But he calls it WA home, as I do. It'll always be home.
You just say it's from WA.
He's from WA, but it's something, you know, we're proud of being from WA. We don't just say,
I can understand
I'm Matt Lynch, I'm from Queensland.
Oh, well, I would never say that. I'm not from... I did come from Queensland to here. I would say I'm very much from New South Wales.
There you go. Sammy's been running well lately. I think he can go all right here. Obviously, the conditions are tough, so he may not be on for a fast time, but he's recently come off a PB of 158.8, so that'll take a bit of beating to do with this field. I think he'll be leading from the front. A lot of these athletes hoping they'll be able to go with him. But they're in the starters' hands now.
Now, Alberto Campbell out there from Queensland. Very handy 400-metre runner. T20 athlete. But these athletes really getting out there now early. Split themselves into a few different positions. They're obviously a bit more of a range of classifications. I don't know. Alberto Campbell has been setting Queensland records for T20 athletes in this 800 metres. He's only recently moved up to the 8s.
Okay.
So he's running around 2:06. So pretty handy runner. But it's a Victorian leading at the moment. Alberto moving up onto the shoulder of the West Australian. They should go through just a tick over 60 seconds for this first lap. The Semmens there, Gilbert, Campbell and Harding. Looks like they might have just turned the pace up a little bit there as they come around.
Yeah,
Alberto
Sam had a bit
dropped.
of trouble actually getting around the West Australian athlete. So Sam's actually a visually impaired athlete. So it is difficult moving around the athletes. If you get boxed in, it's not a simple thing where you can turn your head and find an easy way out. He has to be very careful. But here he goes. He puts the hammer down now, moves away. WA athletes obviously trying to go with him here, but Sam's going to be too strong for this field, I'd say. He's going to come away here, and he starts to put the afterburners on as he comes around with 100 metres to go. He'll be looking at the clock. See him there, huffing and puffing as he comes down. He's got his training group in the crowd. Philo Saunders and Sharma are out in the stands cheering him on.
Yeah, very classy running here. Turned on the pace. And just over 2 minutes there. 2:01.27. Gilbert will cross in second place. Alberto Campbell closing hard as well. And Semmens from Victoria, he'll cross in fourth position. Again, we'll need to wait and see for those percentages. There's Will Howard from Queensland. And the New Zealander now crossing the line. Timon Sideris, the lone South Australian in the field. And then the New South Wales athlete in the Hills District uniform. Cross the line. We'll wait and see who can take it out. But there's your winner. First across the line, Sam Harding, wearing the Z-neck. I've got a couple of Z-neck singlets at home.
Yeah.
I don't mind them.
And as you can see there, as Sammy's walking off, singlet saturated, sticking to him. So as you obviously know, it's still coming down here. It's not as heavy as what it was before, but still drizzling a little bit, enough to cause a little bit of issues with the athletes.
Yeah, it is. It's there's going to be a game of rugby league played only just a short stone's throw away in ANZ Stadium, Australia. And Broncos versus Bulldogs, and that's probably going to be a pretty wet game. So, you know, if you're thinking about you're going to watch that, don't change the channel. Stay with the live stream. If you're thinking of heading out to the game, it's wet, don't worry about it. Watch the athletics here at athletics.com.au. But there's the official results in their finishing places. 201.25 for Sam Harding. Paul Gilbert, 205.69. Alberto Campbell, 206.78. And rounding out that top four, Andrew Semmons, 210.39.
Not a bad run there by Alberto. Obviously, you said he's been running around that 206. To come out here and do that again in these conditions is pretty solid running, I'd say.
Yeah, it's good to see him run against some of those athletes in his sort of with the same speed. But there's the official results. Nick Hum, 7.11. Taking it out, Braden Davidson, 5.17.
There's Ari Giacchini taking out the bronze there. Junior athlete. He's only young, 16, I believe, out there competing with the open athletes. He's trained by Irina Dovishkina, the Wonder coach, the Wonder Para coach down there in the ACT. She's coaches the likes of Scott Reardon, Evan O'Hanlon, Chad Paris. That's the current crop at the moment, but obviously had many Paralympic medalists in the past.
Very good squad for him to get involved with. But here's the start list now. This is the men's under 15 800 metre final. From the inside, Lachlan Doman, Taj Davies, Thomas Ferreira, Jacob Davil, Joshua Atkinson, Nicholas O'Brien, Jack Gould and Connor Ogilvie.
Now we've got athletes that were out yesterday in the heats, coming back to run the final. What different conditions they're faced with now. Obviously yesterday was a lovely 30 degrees, nice and warm and hot out on the track. And they come here and it's probably 10 degrees cooler and wet. Very, very wet. So we may not see times as quick as what they were in the heats. But I think we're going to see a great race nonetheless.
Yeah, fastest through was Nicholas O'Brien, 2:01.60. It was a good 2 seconds faster than the rest of the field off the heat. So he'll be the one they want to peg down here. He'll be the athlete in the Victorian singlet out in lane 7, the fluoro yellow spikes. And again, we'll go from the inside. Doman, Davies, Ferreira, Davil, Atkinson, O'Brien, Gould and Ogilvie.
And as you say that, O'Brien, slow away.
Yeah, very much so.
The athletes on his outside are obviously taking the pace. Off they do, they'll cross first.
That's Gould out in front there with Connor Ogilvie. But it'll be Gould really taking this race. He went 2:05.58 in the heats, but he's going to find himself with a big lead. That's Joshua Atkinson, also from New South Wales. But here comes the tall O'Brien, and he's found his way back up to the front of the pack. A good head, taller than the rest of the field.
He's a tall fella, isn't he? A lot bigger than the rest of the athletes. Might be wise just to tuck in behind O'Brien as he goes down the straight, because obviously they are headwinds. So if these athletes can get behind the tall figure, they may be able to shelter themselves from the conditions and get a bit of an easier run through this first 400.
Yeah, just a tick under there, 59.50. Split for the first, but Atkinson's really trying to hold on, but I think O'Brien is pushing this pace pretty quickly, and I think they might, if they can hold on, they'll do well, but I don't know. Atkinson really is tucked in there, though.
Yeah, and they've opened up the gap on third place. That's Jacob Davil from the ACT. So he's going to find it tough now. He needs to sort of move up onto the back of the front two. Once you have that gap, sometimes it is hard to peg it back. But obviously we've got O'Brien out in front from Victoria, still leading the way. 200 metres to go.
Atkinson there from New South Wales, tucked in. We'll see who can make a move as they enter the home straight. 120 metres left. Heading their way around the pole vault. It's a good battle between Davil and Ogilvie for that bronze medal, but Atkinson's going to have to pull out into this headwind and see what he can find. O'Brien fighting hard. Atkinson, he's got a bit of a kick in his step here. He's moving past the big Victorian. And this is excellent. Joshua Atkinson, very close to a sub there. 2:79, and a fast finishing Ogilvie will take out third place. But that's New South Wales, Victoria on the podium in the men's under 15 800 metres. Meet record there, 1:58.25, Alexander Rowe.
Wow. quality athlete.
We'll see him probably later on this evening.
Yep, Australian record holder.
But look at that, a great turn of speed. And he tucked in behind O'Brien, let him do all the work. The big body of the Victorian blocking the wind, and Atkinson pulled out and took it home.
It's amazing how much leading from the front, especially in tough conditions, straight into the headwind, it can affect you in these races. It will really sap energy straight out of the body. And obviously Atkinson's much smaller, slighter athlete, would have got a good shelter from the big tall O'Brien in that one, especially down the home straight.
Now we've got Tamsin down there with the winner of that race, Joshua Atkinson.
Well, it's such a good run by the guys that I've grabbed first and second. Firstly, Josh, when did you think you had that race won? You left it right to the end.
I had my coach tell me this is on the straight here because it was really windy. Stick behind. And about like last 50, being at home.
And it was a really gutsy effort, Nicholas. Like, you went from 500 out. That's a long way to go in these conditions. Was that your tactics?
I just thought, go how my heart feels, run my own race and see how it goes. But Josh got a good kick and definitely felt that in the last 50.
Well, I tell you what, he's got you to thank for. You've just broken the meet record of Alex Rowe. Do you know who Alex Rowe is? Okay, Alex Rowe is the Australian record holder over 800 metres. So a great effort by you.
Thank you.
Well done, guys. Enjoy it. Get out of this weather.
Yeah, great running from those athletes out there. Nick O'Brien doing a lot of hard work to take out the...
In first place and gold medalist in a time of 2 minutes 29.7 seconds.
There it is, your official results. 2 flat 76 for Joshua Atkinson. 2:01.41 for O'Brien, and Ogilvy flashing home very quickly there. 2:04.73.
Yeah, we might have to make a quick one there. Unfortunately, it wasn't a meet record, just shy. So Alex Rowe's meet record is 1:58.25. We must correct that. Obviously, we don't want to get anyone up and about for that one, because obviously I think Alex would be a little upset if I didn't correct that one. He'd be on me, I think. So we obviously want to make sure we still acknowledge the current meet record holder in Alex Rowe at that 1:58.25. But still, great run nonetheless by Joshua Atkinson. 2 flat, 0.76. Still a great run. And in better conditions, it would have started to push that area of the Alex Rowe meet record.
Yeah, that was a sub 2 run for sure. Yeah. Definitely in that kind of
Ben,
conditions.
did you get overexcited?
No. It definitely wasn't. Not me.
Was it Maddie? Who got overexcited? I'll just keep handing meet records out if you like, just to give the kids some excitement.
So if I come down there and run a lap, you'll give me a meet record?
Yeah, for sure.
There we go. Stack of bean bags. So there has been a beanbag competition here at SOPAC. But looks like we're going back down to Tamsin. She's with an athlete down there.
I'm down here with Steph, who's just received her gold medal. You were too quick getting off the track. I couldn't get you in time. How was the race? How did you feel it played out for you?
Yeah, it played out pretty well, actually. I started fairly good. It's a bit heavy out there, though, so the track's a little heavy. And being obviously out in the outside lane and having to run the whole way, sort of on my own, comes back to a bit of working on the track back at home at Balcombe Hill was my coach, so pretty much almost like training run. It felt all right. Yeah.
Pretty tough conditions out there, the para 800 metres. Where are your goals from here?
Well, I actually just started the 800, so I just picked that up. This is my fourth one this season. As in for the IPC World Champs for the T20s, we just had that event included. So I'm doing 4s and 8s now. So yeah, just trying to hit a qualifier. I'm getting much closer, to the qualifier. But tricky conditions today. So yeah.
Perfect. You were very brave, very gutsy, great run.
Thank you.
Now we've got the next event up on track. That'll be the women's under 15 800 metre final from the inside. Cleo Kenny from WA, Victorian Zoe Woods, from New South Wales, Georgie Purcell. WA, Jemima Crosby from New South Wales, Sydney Burrell. ACT, Emma Dunn, Queensland, Lauren Nugent. And lane 9 from South Australia, Hayley Siebert. National record 2:02.49, Georgie Clark. Meet record 2:11.49, Heidi Demio. We actually saw Heidi Demio medal the other day in 800. I think it was the under 18s. Getting the bronze.
Yep.
Lauren Nugent from North Queensland, from Magnetic Island.
Magnetic Island.
So probably not a bad place to go and have your runs.
Is it appropriately named? Is it Magnetic?
Oh, apparently it is. Can't say I've been there. But I assume so. Why would you call it anything but?
It looks like we've got Zoe Woods on the inside there. She's going to cut in front and lead these guys down the back straight, but closely followed by Sydney Burrell from New South Wales and also the West Australian athlete Jemima Crosby. She's going to cut in front now, lead them through 200. West Australian athlete, she's taken up the challenge of this front straight. She's going to lead the field through, and these other athletes are going to tuck in behind, so it'll be interesting to see if it affects Jemima as it did O'Brien in the previous 800.
Yeah, tough running out there. Obviously, it's hard even to get those hip numbers to stay on the hips in these wet conditions with the sticky tape, but it's Crosby, Burrell and Wood going through 62.96. Doing a lot of work out the front, Crosby. Again, we are sitting in the midst of the WA contingent here. But these three athletes really stretching away from the field. Purcell from New South Wales trying to close the gap as Woods now moved into second place in front of Sydney Burrell. But Jemima Crosby really working hard down the back straight. This is probably the best of the conditions on this circular track, down the back straight. So use it when you can get it and try and create that big gap when the athletes head into the home straight into the headwind.
Yeah, she's got a handy little lead here as she goes through with 200 metres to go. She's about 5 metres up on the other two athletes. They're going to have to start to work it real hard, and as we see there, we've got the New South Wales athlete Sydney Burrell. She's made a move. She's going to try and move up on Jemima Crosby. Still got a few metres to make up, but Jemima's still in the lead. She's coming down the straight, 60 metres to go. She's still looking strong, still holding that 2 to 3 metres, but Burrell is pushing.
And it looks like Purcell as well, trying to move in. Oh, just taking the fall in the final stages. Jemima Crosby taking the gold. Burrell in second place and Woods third. 2:12.49 the winning time there. Very gallant effort there from Georgie Purcell to pick herself back off the track to finish that race. As we see the replay, just getting very, very close. Legs just not holding her up, unfortunately. Clipping the toe. It's tough. It's very slippery out there. And sometimes the legs they give up. It's the lactic acid builds up a little bit too much, and
obviously it's something we don't want to see an athlete go down, but obviously I do sympathise. We know what it's like with the lactic acid. Sometimes the legs just don't want to work.
No, they don't. It's hard to make them do what you want them to do.
And in situations like this, these athletes are pushing themselves to the absolute limit. And I've seen remnants of that in some of our top athletes. One, Tristan Thomas, in a 4x4 relay, coming down the last final straight, 50 metres to go. I honestly did not believe he would make the finish line.
No. I do feel like I remember that race. Sometimes the legs just quit and they don't bend how they should.
Yep. But we must acknowledge it here, and a fantastic time in that, though.
Certainly do. Now, Tamsin, you are down there with the winner of the race, Jemima Crosby.
I am. I'm here with Jemima, and what a brave piece of running. Did you want to run it that fast from the front?
Yeah, my aim was just to get a lead and hopefully hold on. But it was really windy, so I don't know, it was all right.
Were you happy with the first lap time of 62? It's pretty fast.
Yeah, I was. It's just the conditions were really hard, so I was happy with my run.
Well, you should be happy. You kicked strong down that back straight and you held on for the finish. It was a fantastic run. For people who don't understand, running an 800 like that is very brave, so well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done to Jemima Crosby. And there's your official results. 2:12.47, Sydney Burrell 2:13.13. Zoe Woods 2:14.11. And Georgie Purcell took a fall, still finished in 7th place with a 2:19.07. Very, very handy. Would have been great to see that battle between her and the 3rd place Woods all the way to the line, but unfortunately maybe we'll see that for years to come. Now look at that, someone's hanging out their beanbags to dry. Just off the edge. I don't think that's going to help, but normally those black beanbags are absolute lava on a hot day.
Most definitely are. They're a tough one to sit on, especially in the heat. And yesterday it was over 30 degrees. But today, not so warm. We've seen kids running around with these beanbags all over the place. They've switched from opposite sides of the field probably 100 times. But today, not seeing many out there. They're all, the beanbags are sitting still today.
Yeah, no, I don't see. We did see a couple of, must say, ACT athletes sliding down the hill on a couple of beanbags.
It did actually look like a little bit of fun.
It did look all right. I know I've been to a few school carnivals here where the kids find a bit of cardboard and they slide down and they do get told off, but I'm happy to let them go.
Yep.
First place and gold medalist in a time of 2 minutes 1.25 seconds.
Send a couple of tweaks to the body for a few athletes up in here in the nice sheltered area.
Yeah, I will admit this stadium is a good little stadium for the weather. So you can sit up the back and be nice and safe and dry in these ones. There's a couple of stadiums around Australia where no matter what way that wind and rain is going, you are getting wet.
Yeah.
And I will say, ACT, it's one of those stadiums. If you have the wind coming directly at you, straight at the thing, there is no safe zone. But we definitely have quite a large safe zone here at SOPAC. Fantastically designed stadium, I'd say.
Now, Tamsin is there with the winner of the men's Ambulant 800. Tamsin.
I sure am. I'm here with Sam Harding. Were you happy with how the race played out?
Yeah, I was obviously hoping for a little bit quicker, maybe touch on the B qualifier, but yeah, it was a fun race to be in, and I'll come back and race again and see what happens.
Was it tick over 2:01?
Yep, that's right. So yeah, I ran 1:58.8 a few weeks ago, so yeah, it would have been nice to go a little bit closer, but can't do too much about it, and yeah, it was good.
And what races have you got coming up to try and get that qualifier?
I'm heading over to America for a training camp, so might race over there, but yeah, we'll see. Just keep training, and if it doesn't happen this year, I'll keep going and get quicker and quicker, hopefully.
Onwards and upwards. Well, good luck overseas. It was a brilliant run. Well done.
See you guys.
Nice little training camp in America. That sounds pretty good.
There you go. I've been doing some training with those boys. Maybe I should put my hand up too.
Hey, training camp. They need people.
They need people. I'm happy to go to America on a little bit of training camp.
Oh, that sounds like fun. Now the next race up there will be the men's under 14 800 metres. There's your start list from the inside. New South Wales, Bailey Habler from Victoria, Elias Carsey from South Australia, Archie Richardson, Victoria, Ethan Grills, New South Wales, Charlie Jefferson from WA, Anthony Giselli from Victoria, Luke Sin, and from New South Wales, William Constable. Now, I've got to say, I used to coach Will Constable.
Yeah,
is a Knox grammar boy.
I'd have to advise him not to join the police force because...
Constable. No, yeah, it wouldn't work out well. He wouldn't live it down.
It would not.
Unless he become Sergeant.
Sergeant Constable.
Detective Sergeant Constable. Do they just keep adding names to it? I'm not sure.
But let's see how well he runs.
All right, so again, inside, Habler, Carsey, Richardson, Grills, Jefferson, Giselli, Sin, and Constable. Archie Richardson from South Australia, the only man to go under 2:10, 2:08.97. And he really is showing the speed here. The WA athlete, Anthony Giselli, trying to go with him. But Archie Richardson has all the speed. And these guys really stretching out. They're athletes at the back of the pack trying to scramble to catch up to the rest of them.
Yeah, sometimes you can get a little bit caught behind. If you take the first 100, 150 a little bit too easy, some of the top athletes can really sort of make a gap on you, and then you really are trying to work hard to get back up on the back of the pack there. But as we see, Archie Richardson, he's going to lead him through.
You don't want to be having to use a move of yours in that first 100 metres. They go through 62.30, so not too dissimilar to what the girls went through, the under-15 girls there. But Archie Richardson, a good 2-3 seconds faster than the rest of the field on the seed times we've got here. And we'll see if that strength shows. Getting chased down there by the WA athlete Anthony Giselli, and Elias Carsey just behind him. And another Victorian, Ethan Grills. Looks like Charlie Jefferson trying to attach the pack. But these 5 athletes have really pulled away from the rest of the field. A bit of a move here from Ethan Grills. He's made his move with just over 200 metres to go. And the form athlete Archie Richardson's found himself in second place, but a kick there from the WA athlete Anthony Giselli. And he's going to lead this field around and should hold on into the bend. And we'll see if these boys have got anything else left in the legs. It is tough conditions. They are gritting the teeth as they enter into this strong headwind down the home straight. It's the WA athlete Anthony Giselli with a good lead. Archie Richardson trying to fight back, but Giselli just too strong, long striding athlete. He's worked off Archie Richardson, and he's going to find himself with the victory there. 2:09.23. South Australian athlete in second place, and the Victorian Ethan Grills finishing with the bronze.
Fantastic run there. Anthony Giselli taking that one out from WA. Smart run race, I'd say. Obviously, Archie Richardson was another athlete to take the front down the home straight on the first lap. Being the wind block for a lot of these athletes who have tucked in behind him. And then Anthony Giselli made his move down the back straight into the bend with 200 to go and run away from it.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a lot of similar tactics.
Exactly, and to be honest, it's one that I would employ too. If I was out there or was coaching an athlete, I would definitely be telling them to tuck in through the first 400, especially down the home straight. It's just conditions you don't really want to tackle yourself.
Now we've got Tamsin down there with the winner of the 800, Anthony Giselli.
Yeah, and you're covered in rain. Was it wet sitting in? Like, did you get a lot of splashback while you were running around?
My eyes were like the water just came into my eyes and I couldn't see. Yeah.
And you made your move with 200 metres to go. Is that because you felt like you had a heat left running, or you just thought that he was starting to die?
The adrenaline just came in and I just went. Yeah, it was just amazing.
It was a great kick, and you looked really strong towards the end. Are you happy with the time?
Yeah, it was just the rain, so it's obviously not going to be the best time, but it was a really good time considering the conditions.
Well, it was a fantastic race. Well done. Go get dry.
Yeah, hopefully they've got a couple of towels up in that post-event room. Get a hot shower, have some pasta, go to bed.
Go to bed.
Maybe we'll see them out here for maybe a 400 later on.
I think I'd add a hot chocolate into that on a day like today. I wouldn't mind one right now, actually.
Now, as you see, the rain still falling down over at the high jump. Cedric Dubler clearing 2:04. Him and Joshua Connolly, the only two athletes to finish with a jump over 2 metres, both on 2:04. So Dubler taking it out there, but there's the official results there for your under 14 800 metres. 2:09.22 the winning time for the WA athlete Anthony Giselli. Now some good jumping out there. Tough conditions, so we've seen Cedric jump 2:15, 2:16 around those heights before. This is his first decathlon of the season. Obviously, his performance this time last year at the Nationals when he went 8,104. That actually still qualifies him for the World Champs this year. So, already qualified. Can delay his season a little bit. when we saw him compete at the Queensland State Champs. He did the pole vault where he went 5 metres for the first time. Did the long jump and the 110-metre hurdles. So,
yeah, so I'd almost say that it's probably not just early season or anything like that for him. Also, it's the weather conditions. As we see there's your start list for the women's 800 metres for the under-14s. We have 8 athletes out there. Tanya Monk from New South Wales, Ruby Mayer from Victoria, Jessica Bird from New South Wales, Dee Deng from Victoria, Imogen Stewart also from New South Wales, the ACT athlete Marie Waniki, Star Scott there from Queensland, and rounding out your field also from Queensland we've got Chloe Randall. That's your field for the under-14 women's 800 metres.
Imogen Stewart, she did take out the win in the 1500, the 3000 metres earlier. I think she actually went up to the under-16s. The under-14s don't do a 3000 metres here. So she's back in her own age group. Meet record, 2:08.41, Georgie Clark.
Wow, that's a tough meet record to beat.
Yeah, these girls, 13. There's actually 2 girls who are turning 12 this year. Imogen Stewart and Maria Wanecki. So even more youngsters. We'll actually see them again in the same age group next year, which you don't often see in the under-14s.
I was speaking to Marie before about her heat run. And also her coach, Dennis Goodwin. He would like to go out, sit behind the athletes and then just make sure she qualifies through. But she went out from the front, led it, and she said all she wanted to do is go and run. She just felt good. She wanted to run fast. So we'll see if she can do the same here in this final.
Now again, from the inside, Monk, Ma, Bird, Deng, Stewart, Wanecki, Scott and Randall. And they're all really going out hard. Long striding Dee Deng there, followed by the number 2, Montana Monk, and the number 4, Jessica Bird. There's Bird tucked in now as Deng really lopes away from the field. Bit of a move there from Wanecki on the outside. Up on the shoulder of Monk. And number 4, Bird.
What is it with these Victorian athletes?
Taking
head
out the
and
pace.
Shoulders above the rest as well.
They
O'Brien
are.
was a head taller than the rest of the field, and we've obviously got Dee Deng, also a good head above the rest of the field. Long striding athlete there from Victoria.
We'll see if Bird can get a little bit closer, but the speed of Deng just probably a little bit too much at the moment. They can't use her position as a windbreak. Going to go through very fast, 64.07 for the first lap. Bird, then Wanecki and Monk. That's your first 4 athletes. Imogen Stewart, then Ma, Scott and Randall. But this is where it really starts. Bird not letting Deng get away too far.
She's making a move here. Bird's going to come up on the back of Deng. It'll be interesting to see if she sits there or just moves straight past her. And it looks like she's just going to go straight past her. Use the momentum that she has. She's gone early. She's gone from 300 out.
And it's certainly a lot tricky to pass on a bend. So with the lead that Bird has now, it might at least wait until the headwind before Deng can even try and think about passing her. And the speed that Bird's taken into this bend is really propelling her into a good lead as they enter the home straight. The good battle at the back there between Imogen Stewart and Wanecki. But Bird from New South Wales will have the lead into the home straight. Sprint finish there between Wanecki and Stewart. Deng stuck in the middle there. We may even see Wanecki get up into a silver medal here.
She's coming, but it looks like Bird's got this wrapped up, but Wanecki's going to come over the top here.
This is very
She
fast.
could even take the gold. Wanecki on the line. Oh, we're going to have to wait for the photo finish on that one.
Mate,
what
I think
a
I'll
last
give that to
100.
ACT.
What a last 100 there from Marie Wanecki.
That was outstanding. What an excellent finish.
I called it Bird from the start. I thought she came into the straight. She had a comfortable lead. I thought she was far enough in front.
I think she was a little bit too comfortable. If you watch here, Wanecki coming home very fast as she passes Deng. Bird has a little look over her shoulder and finds a little bit extra that she already had.
Dips at the line. There she goes. She's got it. Marie Wanecki from the ACT takes it out. The under-14 women's 800 metres with a fantastic run. There's the time.
Now, Tamsin, looks like you've got first, second and third down there.
I had to grab all three because it was such an exciting race. Firstly, DD, what a first lap. You took up. You had a gap of 5 metres in that first lap. You're feeling fast today?
Yeah, very fast. I like to come out quite fast.
It was a very gutsy run. And Jess, you took it down the back straight and you had it won for all money. It was a gutsy run and a winning attempt down that back straight.
Yeah, I just thought I could just take it. I felt like I could do it, but then these guys, I knew that they'd be amazing, and it was just, yeah, you guys did amazing.
Marie, that finish. When did you think you had that one?
I don't know. I just, at the end, my legs couldn't go fast, but I just felt like I had to. So, yeah.
Well, I think you win dip of the meet. That was a great race, ladies. Well done. You should all be very proud of yourselves.
Excellent work there from the girls. Still not too out of breath either.
No. She's had a flying finish there to take the gold medal.
And there you go. Results there. 2:15.70 for the ACT athlete. 2:15.75. So only 5 100ths between first and second. 2:16.20 rounding out the top three for DD Ding, Victoria.
I'd say that's race of the day so far.
Oh, definitely.
For sure, especially excitement levels.
And we've still got 2 more 800s left on the program, the under 16 men and women. They won't be too far away. Currently over in the discus, that is the women's Ambulant discus throw. Now, a lot of these athletes, different classifications, actually throw different weights. So depending on their classification. And there's your start list there. Amanda Reid, Ray Anderson, Isabel Hampden, Sarah Edmiston, Claire Kiefer, Jessica Cronje, Caitlin Smith, Jodie Willis-Roberts, Cora Domro and Nicole Robinson. Now, they'll all be throwing 1 kilos except for Claire Kiefer, and she'll be throwing a 750 gram. Claire Kiefer actually a bronze medalist in the shot put at the most recent Paralympics in the, let me just get this right, the F41 class, short stature class. So, out there for discus. I'm pretty sure she placed in the top 10 in discus as well over in Rio. So, very handy.
There we go. Paralympic medalist in the field.
And I think Jodie Willis-Roberts, I think she's been to 5 Paralympics. I think starting back maybe Barcelona or Atlanta. So, bit of experience out there as well. Some recent athletes. But next up on the track, this will be the men's under 16 800 metres. William Gordon, Spencer Anderson, Brian Foster, Jack Saunders, Byron Van Dyke, Angus Beer, Thomas Scroggy and Max Rosen. Now, some interesting running here. Angus Beer, youngster, always leads from the front.
Goes out like free beer.
It certainly does. Meet record for this, 1:54.13 from Joel Smythe. National record, 1:51.41, Mark Holcomb. Don't see the national record going anytime soon. 1:51.41 for a 15-year-old. Pretty quick.
That's faster than I can run one. So
certainly is.
And these are 15-year-olds. Doesn't make me feel too good.
No.
There's Max Rosen from the ACT. Out there in lane 9. I do love lane 9. So let's hope it brings Max a little bit of fortune.
And they're off. Expect Angus Beer to head straight to the lead. I remember watching these heats only the other day. Brian Foster with a very, very fast kick home. He's a sub 50-second 400 runner last year at the Australian All Schools as a 14-year-old.
Wow.
So very handy. And this is only probably only his 4th or 5th 800.
And that's a good bit of speed to have. When you've got that sort of speed in an 800, whether the pace is slow or fast, being able to kick home with speed like that, it definitely is a challenge for the rest of your competitors to combat.
Exactly, and with Angus Beer taking the pace, we may see the tactics that we've seen all day. With Beer from, say, the 1500 coming down to the 8, Brian Foster moving up. We'll see if Angus is probably just going to try and burn the speed out of Brian Foster's legs, where Foster wants to be there for this kick, and they've gone through in 55.54, which is damn quick.
It's flying.
Damn quick.
It's flying.
And they've built out they're very spread out from the field. There's a good 20-30 metres lead to the next pack, and it's a race in two at the moment. We'll see if these guys can hold on. Beer definitely trying to take the speed out of Foster's legs, but he's not going away.
No, he's right there, isn't he? He's moved up on the back of Beer as they go through 200, around that 125 mark. These boys are actually moving. It'll be interesting to see. I think these guys are going to run some quick times, definitely much quicker than their seeds.
Yeah, no one's gone sub-2 yet in the heats, but as they enter the home straight, Foster with that speed coming into the home straight, he's got sub-50 second speed, and he's found an extra gear. Brian Foster from Queensland. The first season he's turned into 800s, and this is going to be damn quick. The meet record 154.13, and he's taken the gold 155.45. That's outstanding. The Victorian Spencer Anderson there taking the bronze, but that is huge from Brian Foster from Queensland.
Brian Foster, and obviously also Angus Beard. It was a race in two from the start, let's be honest. Those two ran away with it. They had a massive gap through the first lap, just extended it as they went around, but how's that? Brian Foster.
He is pumped, as you can see there on the Adidas replay. Some great running there. Angus Beer again, very brave, taking out the speed. It went through in 55.
Oh, that is an exceptionally quick lap. Exceptionally quick. And that's a time where, you would expect if you go out in 55, you're probably looking at that 153, 154.
We might see some 55s tonight in the Open, boys.
Exactly.
Now we've got Tamsin down there with the winner, Queenslander Brian Foster.
I do have Brian. He's going to be a little puffed because that was a fantastic effort. You sat in there, tucked yourself in the first lap. 55 seconds was pretty quick.
Yeah, that's a PB for me. I've never ran that fast before, so I'm definitely happy with the time. Very, very happy.
You found a second gear coming off that bottom bend. Was that always the plan, to try and tuck yourself in for as long as possible with these conditions and then kick past when you could?
Yeah, definitely. I run 400 metres, so tuck in like that is just perfect for me. So after the last 100 metres, I can just belt past, hopefully. So that was the plan. That was definitely the plan.
Well, you don't just run 400s, you run them pretty darn fast. So what's your favourite event, the 4 or the 8?
Definitely the 4. I love the 4, but Coach just pushed me into the 800 this year. But, he obviously made the right choice. I've been training so hard, and, I can't believe I'm here, and I can't believe I've won it. So, yeah, I'm definitely happy.
Well, we all thank your coach because it was a fantastic race to watch. Brilliant effort. Well done. Look forward to seeing what you can create over the 2 laps in the future.
Thank you.
Well, I think he might be finding a permanent home in that 800 metres.
Yeah, I think he's made a smart decision to shift up to the 800. It's paid off for him. He's taken a national title in it. And it's always good as an 800 runner to have the flat 400 speed. It's absolutely vital. A lot of the top guys that go around. And there's your results there. Brian Foster takes it out, 155.43 from Angus Beer from New South Wales in 157.75. And rounding out the podium there, Spencer Anderson, Victorian athlete in 2 flat 75.
Very close there to a sub for Spencer Anderson as well.
Yep.
Tough work. He was almost 2 races there, and he had to lead that pack.
Exactly, and that's the thing. It was a race in 2, and then obviously you had 2 athletes out in front, and then 6 other athletes that were all in a shot for that bronze medal. And obviously, cameras sometimes focused on the first 2, but there was definitely a competition going on back for the 3rd place. As we see there, the officials just marking the spot in the discus, the EDM machine.
I've got to say, discus is the hardest event to spot with the spike.
It definitely is.
Easy. Boom. That's where it lands. unless it's going to be but even then, you can at least get there. But if you've got a good 60 to 70 metre discus coming, flat and skims off the ground, it's tough work.
Yep, and that's why we do have a number of officials out there, obviously citing the landing on these implements, because obviously we want to make sure that we get an exact and correct distance, which is also why we use the EDM as opposed to the traditional measuring tape. The EDM is a machine that is a lot more accurate than the old tape, as you can tell. You sometimes you don't always get the tape straight, which can affect
Could have a couple of kinks in it.
Exactly.
And it's a lot quicker.
Oh, much quicker.
A lot quicker. So that's a surveying equipment out there. Good 25, 30 grand each, those machines.
Exactly. I've worked at a few school carnivals. There's nothing worse than having to wind that tape in and out all the time, every time someone throws. But the fact that we can now obviously stick the recording stick in the ground, which obviously then connects to the EDM surveying machine and gives us that accurate recording.
So those at home, that's triangulated between the centre of the circle, I think it is, and a certain point out there. So that's why you might find it. You think, how do they get that right? But it's measured exactly there. Tamsin, out in the rain. It is getting a little bit heavier at Tamsin.
It certainly is, and I've got a feel for the ambulant discus throw ladies out here. Now, I'm with somebody who's been doing this caper for quite a long time. Jodie Willis-Roberts, have you had conditions this bad before?
Do you know what? Out of all the years I've been throwing, no, I don't actually think I've ever done a Nationals in the rain. So that's pretty lucky.
It is pretty lucky, but maybe unlucky for some of your younger competitors tonight. But what's the plan of attack to try and get the discus out as far as possible in these conditions?
Just got to get it out of the circle to start with. It's pretty wet. I'm not in the best of form. You know, I'm old, I'm injured, I'm decrepit, but I'm still out here having a crack. So I'm just happy with getting out here and having a look at the young girls that are coming through with the event and see how they go.
I don't want to talk too much about your competitors, but who are the ones you think that we should watch moving forwards towards Tokyo?
You've got Kyra. She's also in my category. She's young, but she's up and coming. She's thrown a PB this year. She's not quite at qualifying yet, but come Tokyo, yeah, she could go quite well. And there's a new girl, Sarah, in the amputee category from Western Australia. Yeah, she's going well too.
Awesome. Thank you, Jodie. Good luck, and good luck, everybody.
Now, just out on the track, that is the under-16 girls, 800 metres. I'll go from the outside because Eliana Mitchell, she is smashing it out at the moment. She's in the number 9. Number 8, Lucy Letchford. Gigi Macanjanini from 7. Jayla Hancock-Cameron, Georgia Laven, Imogen Gardner, Elle Rutherford, and Caitlin Klein. And they've definitely pulled her back into the pack, and that's the number 6, Jayla Hancock-Cameron. Currently in the lead, and they've just slowed it down a little bit.
A little bit, quite a lot actually. They were flying down the back straight through the first 150, and they've come into the bend and just sat. The rest of the field sort of now bunched up behind them. They're all jostling for that front position.
Yeah, Eliana Mitchell out in lane 9, obviously not knowing what kind of pace the rest of the girls are going, so she's taken it out hard, cut across, and hasn't found any other athletes there.
Exactly, but obviously she's found herself in a nice little position now, just off the shoulder of the athlete from New South Wales there, Hancock-Cameron. And Hancock-Cameron will lead him through the bell. 1:10.34 for the first lap.
They're all in it at the moment. Say a good 5-6 metres just from first to last at the moment. But that's Hancock-Cameron out in front, Garner, Mitchell and Macanjanini.
But as you can see there, slow first lap. 6 seconds slower than what the girls were in the under-14s. But as we see there, Hancock-Cameron, she's taken to the front now. She's leading him down the straight. She's made her move for 300 to go. We've got the Victorian athlete there.
Macanjanini, she's trying to chase it down. Hancock-Cameron and Macanjanini with 200 metres left. She's trying to respond to the move, and she's got the speed coming around the bend, and hopefully she can use this whip into the home straight. Macanjanini, she loses her hip number as she comes into the home straight. Eliana Mitchell and Klein trying to battle out for that minor placing. But it's Macanjanini from Victoria. Might be a little bit of a move here from Hancock-Cameron from New South Wales as well. She's fighting back. Macanjanini, Hancock-Cameron. It's going to be a very tight finish here. Great work there from Gigi Macanjanini from Victoria to hold on and take out the under-16 girls 800 metres. I thought Hancock Cameron might not have had another move, but she definitely dug and found something a little bit extra, but it was just not enough to respond to that big move there from the Victorian. And a good lean on the line.
Yeah, she took the race on, 300 to go. She made the move. She quickened the pace. She obviously wasn't happy with it after the first 400 and a slow 110. And sometimes being brave like that, sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. But great run there by the two girls. As we go down to Tamsin, she's with our winner.
I am here with our winner, Gigi. That was a tough race.
Yep. Got boxed in at one stage, well, actually the whole way through, and then had to make my way out, and took it out of me.
Well, that's the danger on a slow pace. Obviously, you know if you could get out with your 400 speed, you were going to be okay. Did you panic at all down the back straight?
Oh my God, yes. I was just stressing out, and then I felt really bad, actually. I kind of cut a girl off a little bit, but anyway, you had to get out.
That's the nature of 800 running, unfortunately. Now, when you did get out, you went with great turn of pace. Did you think you had it the whole way down that front straight?
No. I could hear her. She was like right behind me. And I was like, oh my God, go. Go, Gigi, go. But yeah, it was all right.
Well, you certainly did go. You held your form really well, Gigi. It was a great race. Well done.
And as we turn our attention to the track, we've got the 4x100 metres for the under 16 men and women. Obviously 4x1. And there we go, results from the under 16 women's 800 metres final. Macajanini there from Victoria takes it out 2:13.42, closely followed by Jayla Hancock Cameron, New South Wales 2:13.49, and then Mitchell from Queensland taking out the bronze in 2:15.60. So that's your podium there. And the women's under 16 4x100 metres from the inside. Looks like we've got the ACT, followed by Tasmania, Western Australia, Victoria, New South Wales, Queensland, and on the outside, rounding out the field, is South Australia.
There we go. I had a bit of a hand in the Queensland 4x1s.
There you go.
Just a bit of management.
Bit of management.
Put them there, put him here.
Did you study the other teams to see where they were putting their best runners?
Naturally.
It's good to see. Good to see. Also, good to see the South Australians. This is Matson there wearing the new South Australian uniform. They've recently just changed their uniform. I actually don't mind it either. Shades of the a little bit of the Victorian uniform.
I do.
With the V,
it's less of an angle.
Yeah, exactly. But we've got the red of South Australia, and their jackets, they do stand out. The red jackets. No, you look around the track and you see them. You definitely stand out.
They certainly do. Obviously, WA with a nice new looking kit as well.
Yep,
very akin to the Olympic uniform.
Exactly. Obviously, with that double word, instead of having just Australia across the top, they've got Western on the top, and then underneath the line, Australia. And I actually do like the look of it as well.
Yeah, I'd love to get my hands on one of those.
I think we might have to talk to Mel Tantrum, the head team manager for the West Australian team. She looks after him.
It is all about who you know.
Exactly. If not, we will be going directly to Wayne Loxley, the CEO of Athletics Western Australia, and we'll be requesting uniforms from him. Sometimes he's not always willing to give things up like that, but if we push hard enough, we might be able to get something.
Now, these girls have been behind the blocks for some time at the moment. I'm sure they would love, instead of maybe a basket carrier, maybe an umbrella carrier out there at the moment to hopefully they've got good tight grip on the baton, and we get some clean running.
These girls have been out of the tracksuits for a while now, and that's one difficult thing with some of these major championships. They're run quite tightly by the officials, and tracksuits do have to be off fairly early, and when the conditions are like this, it's not enjoyable standing out there before your race. Body's starting to cool down, and that's the last thing you want before you're going out there to run 100 metres as fast as you can.
Especially here with a relay. So, what is it, 40 centimetres of tape on the ground? That's all you're allowed, a certain amount of tape, but it's not going to be very sticky out there, is it?
No, and we might have that situation, and the wind's starting to get up a little bit, and if the tape's not sticking to the track, it may blow away, and this could affect some of the takeoff markings for these athletes. But let's hope we get clean runs from all states and territories in this 4x1.
It will be tricky, especially a bit of light reflection off the ground there, making it tough to actually pick up your own mark. Off and running now from the inside. It's ACT, Tasmania, WA, Victoria, New South Wales, Queensland and South Australia. Fast start there from the Victorians, down on the back straight. We'll see if we can get a good clean change. It looks like the Victorians going safe with a downward pass. But it's Victoria and New South Wales running a very good back straight. A little bit slippery baton there from the Queenslanders, just fixing it up. But once she's into her running, she's going very quickly. New South Wales look to have the lead, getting chased down by the Victorians. As we come around, the athletes, the stagger starts to change, and we'll see who can bring it home fast. And it's a fair pass there. It's going to be New South Wales versus Victoria. Victoria into their running, and it's going to be the Victorians pulling the way into lead. Fast finish here from WA. Might be able to steal the bronze. And I think they may have very, very fast running there from the final leg runner from WA.
Fantastic effort there. I always love it when athletes come from behind to steal medals. It creates for exciting racing. As we see, there we go. Victoria takes the win, followed by New South Wales, and then WA storming home to take the bronze medal. They'll be stoked with that. We're just beside the West Australian team. They're all up in the out of their seats cheering on. It's fantastic to see. And in celebration, the West Australian team has just handed us one of their uniforms, so we'll look forward to that later. But as we go down to Tamsin, she's with the final runner for the Victorian team.
I've stolen Mietta Russell. She ran the last leg for the Victorian team. How was it out there, Mietta?
It's very wet, but it's still fun to run in the rain.
The changes actually look quite smooth for you ladies. Did you have much practice?
We had a little bit of practice. Not as much as we probably should have had, but it was still really felt like our changes were smooth, so it was all right.
Well, I think the four of you ran really, really well. Fast with Billy Arch. Adora was out. Sorry, Adora. Was out really quickly for you and set the race up, I thought.
Yeah, it was really, she had such a good start. She got us such a good lead. It was really good.
Well done. Go celebrate with your teammate. Well done, Mietta.
There's your official results there. 48.08 for Victoria. New South Wales 48.22. And very fast finish there from WA. 48.97 in front of Queensland. 48.99 in fourth position.
Maybe a silver medalist in the ACT camp, but I'm not a shot putter.
That was on that really exciting 400 metres relay.
Like I said, I'll message Wayne and say, Wayne, before you get on the plane. Yeah, it should be over tomorrow.
Now, we've just had the girls. We're going to have the boys under 16 4x100 metres. And here's your start list now from the inside. WA, New South Wales, Queensland, South Australia, ACT and Victoria. Just missing a team from Tasmania. And not often you would see a Northern Territory team.
No.
No, that's what I'm saying. We haven't seen them.
Yeah.
It's not.
There is actually there's one Northern Territory athlete at these championships, so that's Jessica Perez. She is the lone and solo athlete from the Northern Territory. It's hard sometimes. Obviously, it's their wet season now, so they actually have their athletic season through the winter, because obviously that's the dry season.
Same as North Queensland. So Queensland Athletics and Athletics North Queensland, such a big state. Athletics North Queensland actually have more members than a lot of the other states. So it's such a big area. As we cut down to the women's ambulant long jump, it's Erin Cleaver, a Rio Paralympian. She competed in the long jump, and also I think it was T38, T37, 4x100 metres that got a bronze. Herself, Jodie Elkington-Jones, Isis Holt and Ella Party joined together to secure a bronze medal. Bit of looks like there's a lot of water in that pit, though.
There is.
It's not much sand. I think it's a bit mud now.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, and that's the thing. Sometimes if there's a little bit too much water in the pit, it does become that mud. It can get a little hard. So when you hit the sand, it's not as nice as before. But there we go. Start list for the women's long jump ambulant. We've got Jodie Elkington-Jones from New South Wales, Taylor Doyle, New South Wales, Sarah Walsh, New South Wales, Jamie Howe from Queensland, Anna Grimaldi from New Zealand, Erin Cleaver, I should say, from New South Wales, Jamie McInerney from South Australia, Kaylin Joseph, New South Wales, Carly Beattie, Queensland, and Holly Saunders, New South Wales.
Now we'll be cutting back and forth between that long jump. Good to see Anna Grimaldi, actually the Rio Olympic champion in the T46-47 in the long jump. Carly Beattie, we won't see her out there. She was the bronze medalist in the long jump. She unfortunately broke a leg.
That's something obviously we would never want to hear.
No, in a long jump training. But
I know another athlete very well. Eric Surgeon had a similar accident in a high jump. Broke his leg. Ended his career, unfortunately. He was probably one of the most talented athletes from WA at the time. Disappointing for him not to go on and compete for Australia. It obviously cut his career short, which obviously we're all a little disappointed with. He won a national title back in 2005 when I won my first one. So we hold on to that very dearly.
Now just waiting for the final touches to this men's under 16 4x1. Western Australian on the inside, New South Wales, Queensland, South Australia, ACT and Victoria. It looks like Victoria's got one of their athletes. He won the 200 today. I'm not sure if it was the under 15 or under 16 200 metres, but out in there on the outside. So got a bit of speed to lead them off.
Mm-hmm.
There he is, Vaitoi.
I've seen a couple of these athletes wearing the short shorts, just using the shorts to dry off the baton a little bit, which I think is actually a fairly smart idea, just to try and get a little bit of moisture off the baton as they pass it around, because it could become quite slippery.
Off and running away, and Vaitoi on the outside from Victoria getting a huge start there, tearing away. We saw him win the gold in the 200 earlier. And he is ripping up this field. A very safe change. And as the other athletes are trying to fight back, Queensland running very well as well. But Victoria right on the outside. It's hard to see how these athletes will catch up. It's New South Wales and Queensland fighting out for the minor places. But a lot of relay baton change. They're trying to fix it up in their hands. It must be very, very slippery out there. But it looks like New South Wales has now found themselves in the lead. A drop baton from Queensland has allowed WA to get into the bronze medal position. But Felix Long finishing off there for New South Wales, taking the gold, Victoria in second, and WA flashing home for the bronze. It's not often I've seen this, but a lot of athletes not getting a good grip on the baton.
No.
It's definitely got to be the weather conditions.
Yeah, it is tough out there. It's not easy at all, especially with the rain. And sometimes if changes don't go smoothly, you may have end up with the baton in just at the tip of the hand, and it makes it tough. But as we go down, got Tamsin with Felix, the winner of the 4x100 metres.
I have the anchor leg for the New South Wales team. Felix, is it always good to take a win off Victoria?
Yeah, felt good. It's so cold, but so just good to win that one.
Speaking about the cold, the guys in the box were talking about how were you getting your tape to stay down to work out when to take off?
Oh, it just stuck to the track somehow. I don't know, it's very wet, so I was scared it might not stick, but it worked fine, so that was good.
And the baton changes, slippery?
I didn't notice it. I just ran as hard as I could.
Well, you certainly ran very well. Well done. Go enjoy it with your teammates.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, that answers my question. The tape just stuck. I need to find out where he got his tape from.
I don't know. Could be just blind luck.
Found a bit of a dry patch. I actually got to work with Felix back in, I think it might have been when they were under 14s. They took out the gold medal here 2 years ago in 2015 with that 4x1. I'll admit, not the greatest of changes, but I was just faster than everyone else. So when it comes down to 14s...
Exactly. It's just about getting the baton round as fast as you can. But as we can see, obviously, sometimes it is difficult to get the baton around, and Queensland fell into a little bit of trouble there. A little bit of an error on the final change, and unfortunately they were knocked out of the race and wouldn't collect a medal because they were in a great position for that. You would have said there would have been an easy medal coming to the final change, but obviously coming out of the final change with that error, WA was able to capitalise on that one. As we can see there, the rain's still coming down, the wind. Look at the flags out there. They're blowing. So even these open athletes who are coming out a little bit later tonight are going to have to deal with these conditions because I don't think they're going away anytime soon.
There's Taylor Doyle, New South Wales athlete on the runway. Good to have so many Olympic gold medalists, Paralympic gold medalists, Olympic gold medalists out here, getting amongst the rain and look at that, not even a dent.
Yeah,
barely a dent.
That's tough. Usually you see the sand spray once they land, but that Doyle hit the sand,
almost bounced off.
Didn't move.
No. And this is it's a very coarse sand. I admit I've done a lot of long jump down here. River sand, fair few rocks in there. If you're wearing a pair of splitties, a couple of cuts up the upper thigh.
Yep, and anyone who's been to the ocean before, may have been playing around in obviously the shallows, just as the water rolls up, sometimes that sand can get quite hard.
Yeah.
Done a little bit of sandboarding,
skimboarding.
Skimboarding, sorry, bit of a brain fade there. A bit of skimboarding in my time, and sometimes you come off that and you hit the sand and it hurts.
Oh, it's not fun.
It hurts.
It takes skin off, and this is the kind of sand that's going to do it. There's a couple of tough days when it's a really fine bit of sand. You don't want to jump when it's hot because that sand can get a lot of places when you're sweaty. And it's not too bad to jump in though. They've got to wet it a lot. Obviously,
the officials do a great job of that. Obviously, they're always out there with the hose, making sure there is moisture in the sand. Because when it does dry out too much, it is too hard to see where the athlete has landed.
Exactly, it does make it almost like you would lose a couple of centimetres.
Most definitely.
But yeah, again, you can see Sarah Walsh there, not making certainly not a deep impact.
No, not at all. But they're doing a fantastic job in these conditions. As we see Jamie Howe on the runway now from Queensland. The T01 athlete. Has a seed performance of 5 metres. So obviously she'll be hoping to get out around that 5 metre mark here this evening.
Yeah, T01, that is the hearing impaired classification. Which I found out this, not just working with a couple of athletes. If they do just live daily life with a hearing aid, they must compete without the hearing aid.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not classified as a disability if they have a hearing aid in. So they must remove the hearing aid in order to compete.
Yep, we have a T01 athlete in our ACT team, Eden Thomas. He's a fantastic little junior athlete that we have, and yes, he competes without his hearing aids, and obviously he's a sprinter. Although he came here and won a medal in the shot put. He's a sprinter, but he came here and took out a medal in the shot put.
Excellent
but he still
news.
considers himself a sprinter. And the sprinters, obviously the runners, will use a light system when running, because obviously they cannot hear the gun. So they have a light system that allows them to get away at a start that's obviously even and fair with the rest of the field.
Yeah, there's actually, I'd have to say, probably the athlete who has had a lot to do with that, Sekou Kene from Queensland, before the 2013 Australian All Schools Championships. Very, very fast. But I think it went all the way up to the Human Rights Commission to get the light system involved, and obviously for the best of the athletes. So it's a traffic light system, on your marks, set, go, as opposed to a lot of the times getting touched on the shoulder.
Yeah, and that's the thing. There is only one light system in Australia. It lives in Queensland, which
I don't know why it lives in Queensland. That's my office. It's always in there.
I don't know why either, but obviously Eden Thomas, for our regular competitions, obviously we have an official behind him who will give him a tap on the shoulder when the gun goes. So it does affect him sometimes when he does his local races. It's not as fast as what he can run with the light system. And here we go. There's the start list for the women's 400 metres. Open, heat 1. In lane 2, we got Olivia Casson from New South Wales, Bethany Hamley from New South Wales in lane 3. Lane 4, Alison McAvoy from New South Wales. Lane 5, there we go, Olympian, defending Australian champion Morgan Mitchell from Victoria. She'll be the one to watch in this one. Also, another one to watch is Olivia Toro on her outside in lane 6 from New South Wales, former junior representative. Lane 7, Samantha Lynn from Tasmania. In lane 8, Emily Lawson, Victoria. And rounding out your field in lane 9 is Jess Stafford from New South Wales.
Now, a lot of junior representatives, Olivia Casson went to World Juniors last year. Sam Lind and Emily Lawson, they've all been to World Juniors as well. Olivia Torres medalled at World Juniors in the 4x4 in 2008. Morgan Mitchell went in 2012. So a lot of talent here. There'll be 2 heats, top 3 from each heat, plus the next 2 best times make their way through. And I think we'll probably see Morgan Mitchell, and I think the next fastest on performances this year is Olivia Toro. We'll see who can take out those first 3. So Morgan Mitchell should go out fairly hard, but Olivia Toro doesn't mind going out quickly as well. And they're really starting to stretch away from McAvoy, who is in lane 4. But as they get into their running, Morgan Mitchell, just another class, 51.25, personal best.
Definitely above the rest of these athletes for sure in class. And you can see that as she moves down the back straight, she really put the burners on. She's going to go into the bend with 200 to go in that lead. She's going to round and come into the straight with a commanding position. But Olivia Toro is not letting it have it all her own way. She's going to push her through here, but as you can see, Morgan Mitchell doing it nice and easily. She's definitely well in front of the rest of the field. And Olivia Toro in second, working hard. As the athlete on her outside, Samantha Lynn in third. But this is all Morgan Mitchell, and she's going to take line honours, 53.43, unofficial. Second, Olivia Toro, followed by Samantha Lynn. There'll be 3 automatics through to the final.
Fast finish there from Jess Stafford to try and get that 4th position and put herself in the best position to try and get that non-automatic qualifying time.
Obviously, we have to wait for the second heat to determine who are our automatics or who are our fastest qualified athletes through. Obviously, we got the first 3 as automatics and then the next 2 fastest.
Yeah, tough conditions out there. When we did our walk of the track earlier, we were thinking it's good conditions to go out hard tonight.
Yep.
I'm not sure if it's changed too much in the last hour or so since we've been here, but good conditions to go out hard, and it's tough there. But it looks like we've got Tamsin with the winner of that race, Morgan Mitchell.
I'm going to be really quick, Morgan. Here, I'm going to make sure I cover you with the umbrella. Tell James I did. Fantastic back straight.
Thank you. We're just focusing on the process in that race and trying to tick the boxes before the final on Saturday night. So it felt good and I'm happy. That's all I can ask for.
Well, you look sensational. You look like you've worked really hard on your speed over this pass since Rio. Is that what you and Peter Fitzgerald have been working on?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been hell, I'm not going to lie, because I hate those long recoveries. I'm sure you'd know, like, so impatient. But, I mean, it's my first 6 months of actually focusing on speed, and to knock half a second off of my 200 time, I'm just over the moon, and it's obviously showing in the fall, which I'm happy with as well. So, yeah.
So if the weather gods shine nicely on a Saturday night, do you think we can see Morgan Mitchell going under 51 seconds?
But I hope so. Like, that would be awesome. But everything has to come together. You know how it is. And, geez, if I did that, I'd be one happy girl. Yeah, screw the two, I'm going out. Like,
well, you're looking fantastic. Now go get warm. Good luck for the final, Morgan.
Yeah, Tamsin, you might have to tell Morgan she will have to have a word to Steve Kane there, see if she can find herself her own personal umbrella holder.
There you go, your official results there.
Did you guys understand what I meant? There was a great picture in the paper, Google it, guys, of her boyfriend who plays for Collingwood, James Ash.
Ah, yes, I do remember it.
Yes. And she was getting wet.
That did go quite viral, actually, on Facebook.
It did. He copped a little bit of stick for that one.
Oh, it was all in a bit of fun. They set up a great picture after it with him on the treadmill holding her on the treadmill and him holding the umbrella over her. So.
But up now, this is heat 2 of the 400 metres from the inside. Emily first, Dipna Lim-Prasad, Angeline Blackburn, Caitlin Jones, Jemima Russell, Lauren Wells, Alexandra Bartholomew and Jessica Haig. Singapore athlete Dipna Lim-Prasad, London Olympian in the 100 hurdles, now has moved up to 4 and 400 hurdles. But Loz Wells, second fastest in Australia this year with a 52 high that she did down in Canberra. And it's good to see her doing the 4 and possibly 4 hurdle double here.
Yeah, no, definitely. Obviously, she's going after a 10th title in the 4 hurdles, but it's good to see her out here in the 400 metres. She's a handy 400-metre runner, as you have to be a 400 hurdler. And as you can see, she's probably in the lead as she come through 250, but Caitlin Jones close behind. She's pushing her through. They're going to be your top 2 coming off the bend with 100 metres to go. Then we got Angelina Blackburn just behind there. She hasn't been around a while. She's making a comeback in the 400 metres. But Caitlin Jones in the lead. 50 metres to go. She's pushing. But here comes Angie. Angie on the inside. Lauren on her outside. It's going to be close on the line. Angie's going to take it. Angeline Blackburn takes it from Caitlin Jones, followed by Lauren Wells. Great run there by Angie.
Yeah, finishing home very hard. As you can see there, very, very close. Caitlin Jones does go out hard as well. Rio finalist in the 4x4, but Blackburn just getting the dip on it. First 3 across the line, and Alexandra Bartholomew in that 4th position. I think that might be enough to get her into the final. 55.07 for Alexandra Bartholomew, so I think that will put her into a good position. Blackburn actually was in that 4x4 with Olivia Toro when they won a bronze medal in Bydgoszcz in 2008.
Certainly was.
World junior finalist for the 400. So
yes, Angie was a fantastic junior athlete. She had a bit of time away from the sport, but it's great to see her back. As we go down to Tamsin, we believe she's down to the long jump.
I am down at the long jump, boys. I'm here with a genuine superstar, Anna Grimaldi, gold medalist from Rio in the T47 Paralympics. Yep. How's the competition going for you tonight?
Yeah, the weather isn't the best, to be honest. But I mean, it's kind of like this at home very, very often. I come down this from down the south of New Zealand, so get a lot of this weather, but it's actually warmer than at home. So yeah, it's all right. It's going.
You're not from Dunedin, are you?
Yes, I'm from Dunedin.
This is summer then for you.
Yes, it is. Yes, it has been a very awful summer. Most days like this, so yeah.
Well, obviously it makes you tougher. Talk to me, how far have you jumped this evening?
5:38 or 37, I think. Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. And that was the third round jump? Okay, so how many more jumps have you got?
3 more, yeah. Hoping to get a bit more out of that. Yeah, but I mean, the conditions here aren't perfect, but we'll see what happens, yeah.
Are they having a bit of a break in the competition at the moment?
Yes. The rain, there was so much rain, it was compacting the sand a lot, and we were probably sinking in about this much and landing, bouncing off, it was so hard. So they're having just digging the pit at the moment, so yeah.
Okay, and looking past this competition, what's on for this season? Where are your focus? Is it the World Champs?
Yep. So this will be the last comp of the domestic season. It's been a very long one this year, last year as well. But World Champs will be the next big one. So looking forward to that in London. Yeah.
And just the long jump, or will you do the sprints as well?
Yeah, I'll do the 100 and 200 metres as well. Yeah.
Perfect, busy program. Well, good luck with these last 3 jumps.
Thank you.
Yeah, we did notice that. Definitely very compact sand out there, and hopefully they get that shovel out, dig it up a little bit, so those long jumpers can get underway. It looks like Jodie Elkington-Jones, 2014 Glasgow gold medalist. And I'm not sure how much digging they did out there. It looks still a bit pretty hard in the sandpit. Now, we've just been notified that there was going to be a qualification for the women's open pole vault, but due to the weather, they have cancelled the qualification rounds, and it will be just now done as a final on the Saturday night. So if you were hanging around to watch the women's pole vault qualification tonight, it will be back again on Saturday. So you still catch it here on the live stream at athletics.com.au. Your one-stop shop for everything athletics. Now, while the rain is still pouring down here and there's a few athletes warming up, we're going to go to an ad break. Stay tuned to the live stream.
Saw a father bashing his own son.
And all the parents were arguing with each other.
It was really stressful and it made me just not feel good at all.
I stopped because I was being yelled at and it just wasn't any fun anymore.
If they've got to yell out, they could say like something encouraging, like
Good job.
or good pass.
You're doing great. You're good. Just keep trying and you'll get there.
Just let kids be kids.
Welcome back to the 2017 Australian Athletics Championships here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. You're tuning in to day 5 of 8 of the combined junior and senior national championships, Australian Athletics Championships. This is the first time during these 8 days that we'll see the Opens compete. Currently underway in front of the stand is the women's ambulant long jump championships. We just heard Tamsin have a chat to Rio Olympic Paralympic gold medalist. There he's joined the conversation. Comment at facebook.com/Athletics Australia. Join the conversation. Use the hashtag Summer of Aths on all your different social medias. There it is, twitter.com. Use it on Instagram. The hashtag Summer of Aths. Let us know how you're watching it, where you're watching from, and if you're looking forward to the pole vault. Unfortunately, That has been cancelled for tonight. The women's pole vault qualification will be done as a final on Saturday. So come back on Saturday, watch the stream, or head on down to Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre and watch it live. Hopefully not raining.
Hopefully. Yeah, we definitely want people to write in on the social media. I was at Alex Beck today telling him he must log into his social and get to us. Shout us out a word. We'll put it on the screen, call it out. But obviously, he may not be able to do it currently. He's probably in the call room ready for his 400 metres a little bit later on. And obviously, you can't have a phone in there turned on or with service.
Yeah,
it either has to be off or in aeroplane mode. So last time I checked, if it's in aeroplane mode, you cannot go to social.
Feeling comfy on the couch when it's raining at Nationals. Get around Sammy Harding. Whoa.
Chatty Paris.
And he took out the win.
There we go. Look at that Rio medalist there,
White
Chad
Tiger.
Paris, the White Tiger in the 200 metres. Fantastic athlete. Fantastic bloke too. He's down in Canberra. Here we go. Tomo Media. Great run by Morgan Mitchell in the 400 metres. Hopefully she can get the win for Victoria in the final. Hashtag Summer of Ass. Thanks for that, Tomo Media.
Now Chad Paris starting a little bit of a career in the commentary.
Yeah, definitely. He gets on the mic down in the ACT. Here we go. You got Nicholas Ogilvie. Well done, Aspic. Nick O'Brien. Connor Ogilvie in the under 15 800 metres there. So fantastic.
Now the boys, we've just had the women's heats. And now it's time for the men to step up there. World champ qualifier 45.50.
Yeah, probably not going to happen tonight, I'll tell you that.
No.
I'd put some money on that one for sure. I don't think anyone's out here to run fast. They'll be just looking through to make sure they get automatic through to the next round. This is obviously an event we are both looking forward to as former 400 metres.
So there will be semi-finals. So
there
with
will be
5 heats, it'll be the first 4 plus the next 4 best times.
Yep.
So first 4 should be pretty comfortable. A lot of these athletes getting through. I do know one year, me and yourself, a little bit cheeky, maybe with Kevin Moore as well, we decided who could probably win their heat in the slowest possible time.
I do remember that. It was down in Melbourne for the national champs. We had a little bit of wager on it. It was a little bit of fun to get out there and enjoy ourselves through the rounds. Sometimes, athletics always has to be fun.
And it's tough work. You really don't want to go flat out 400 metres 3 times in 3 days.
Exactly.
No, never.
Exactly. Sometimes you see athletes go out there, and I've seen even at majors, athletes winning heats in PBs and then not being able to back up in the final. So sometimes you have to be a little bit smart about how you approach these heats, making sure that you still save a little bit left for the rounds to come. Now, this first one up, as I mentioned before, Alex Beck. He's now out on the track in this first heat. He's the Queensland athlete, been Australian representative for a number of years now. Fantastic athlete. Has gone 45. So he is a 45-second athlete.
He actually won his first national title here in 2013.
He did. There's only three 45 athletes in the field. Himself, Steve Solomon, and Clay Watkins.
Clay Watkins, 2010, down at the Oz Cup.
Yep, I was in that race.
That was a PB for you in that race?
That was a PB for me in that race too. It was a PB race by all. As we go back to the back to the field, Joseph, from New South Wales.
You can really see how much rain has fallen down and compacted that sand.
Yeah. And as we had the interview earlier from Tamsin with the New Zealand athlete, obviously they're finding it a little bit tough down there. And we duck back to the track for this first heat of the men's 400 metres. And lane 2 from Queensland, we've got Jackson Paul Malroy from New South Wales. We got Corey Faminga in lane 4. Alex Beck from Queensland. Lane 5 from New South Wales, Jordan Cemento. Lane 6 from Victoria, Conrad Kamoris. And lane 7, Japanese athlete, Kazashi Kimura. Lane 8 from New South Wales, Matthew Wood. And rounding out the field in lane 9 is Tristan Robinson from Victoria. Actually, no, Tristan is a withdrawal. So we're in the starter's hand for this heat 1 of 5, men's 400 metres.
So we should see Kimura and Beck feature the most with seed times under 47 seconds. Alex Beck there in the centre in the white and red of Ignition. So away very quickly there. Beck likes to go out pretty hard and strong through the last stages of the race, but it's interesting when you get these internationals like Jun Kimura, you're not sure how they run. So it's just a fresh face. Usually you've seen a few of these other athletes race, you've raced them a couple of times, but when there's a new athlete in there, it does make it a little bit interesting.
It definitely does, and obviously having that athlete on the outside of Alex help him through the first 200. Looks like he set his race up quite nicely. He's going to come around the bend and lead him into the straight here after 300. He's looking well. There's that Japanese athlete on the outside, pushing him all the way. Looks like the Japanese athlete wants to take the win here. He's interested in taking this heat win. Alex wants nothing of it. He looks around just to make sure he's an automatic. Just has to be top 4.
Top 4, next 4 fastest time. So it looks like we're going into 3 semis.
Yeah,
that'll bring us 24 athletes.
There you go. Kimura from Japan takes that one out. 47.58. Alex Beck comfortable in second there.
Matt Wood on the outside in the UTS singlet, and Doncaster athlete Conrad Kumaros there. Fast finish there, and taking out the 4th automatic qualifying position.
I'd say Alex was probably the athlete that did that one the easiest. It seemed like the Japanese athlete really wanted to take the win in that one. Sometimes it's a bit of a pride thing. Some athletes don't like to lose, even in the rounds. They'll ensure that they take the win.
Tamsin should definitely interview that Japanese guy.
Yeah, that's what I just said. I just said, when we get Tamsin to interview her, I think Ben should set it up so she has to. Throw her under the bus.
Ben had to do it in Canberra, definitely. I interviewed a Japanese guy in 2015.
Hey, Tamsin, no challenge for you.
So just some times there. Kimura from Japan, 47.57. Alex Beck, Queensland, 48.11. And rounding it out, Matthew Wood, New South Wales, 48.28. And we're going to go to Tamsin. Tamsin looks like she's down on the track with a couple of athletes. It looks like she's down there with Alex Beck and hopefully maybe even the Japanese athlete that took out the heat. Maybe we can get him back and have a little bit of chat.
They've all run off on us. I tell you what, Alex, you ran just as fast off the track as you did on it tonight.
Yeah, it's not great out there, Tamsin, but just trying to stay warm. We've got 3 rounds, so it's pretty tough, 24 hours to back up. So straight in the sheds and try to get warm, but always happy to come for a chat.
I know you do love a chat. Now, Alex, I'll be really quick because I know it is cold out here and you do have 3 rounds. Does it change things when it's 3 rounds in that first one? You don't really actually care who takes the win? You just want to make sure you qualify for the next round?
Yeah, 100%. Top 4 it's really open, you know, like you can be anywhere in the semi and it's 400 no matter what lane you're in. So just try to conserve as much energy as you can, get around, get out of the wet and come back and have some fun tomorrow.
So you still look like you attacked it down the back straight and then just switched it right down, heading down the front straight.
Yeah, absolutely. That was sort of the plan. It was just set it up, have a look where we are and just try to really sort of control the race. It's funny coming from second place, but yeah, it just felt like I had a lot in the tank there and really nice, just get a nice run home and, you know, we'll see what we can do tomorrow. Maybe crank it up a bit.
Now, apparently Ben Offrens was going to run against you, but he's opted to stay in the dry because he's a little bit soft. Do you have anything to say to him, Ben?
Yeah, I heard he tore a cartilage up in there. So, Benny, we miss you, buddy. Come on back. We want to run with you.
Tamsin, you might have to tell Alex that he can head on back to his penthouse apartment and enjoy his night.
Okay. Ben's just giving it to you about your penthouse apartment that you need to go back to.
The mayor up there of ACC Athletics, he enjoyed the view. So if I'm impressing the mayor, I must be doing something right.
You're doing a lot right, Alex. Great run. Good luck in the semi-final. Thank you.
All right, here we are, ready for Heat 2 of the men's 400 metres. Luke O'Donoghue, H. Dilip Ruan, Justin Kavanagh, Terry Fragidakis, Richard Haggie, Liam Procaccino, Jun Kimura and Harrison Rubin. Now we've got the Sri Lankan athlete, Dilip Ruan and Jun Kimura, both under 47 seconds. And It'll be interesting to see. It hasn't been a huge year for 400s in Australia at the moment.
No, it certainly hasn't been. No one's really been setting the track on fire. Alex, obviously the quickest athlete so far in Australia. Obviously Steve's had a run over in America and run a 46.1, but Alex 46.4 in Australia, in Canberra. But as we see, Japanese athlete Kimura, he's going to lead him into the straight here. Obviously the fastest athlete in the field, but just on his inside, Procaccino is pushing him all the way. The Australian athlete wants to take the win here.
Yeah, well,
move on.
These four across the field, Fragidakis, the Sri Lankan, and Procaccino with a Japanese athlete. Very happy to cross the line there. 48.62, a winning time there. It's just a shame that the Japanese athlete didn't win that, so Tamsin could interview him.
Yeah, that's all right. There's still semis to come. It looks like he may have saved himself a little bit, so Tamsin might be able to get down there a little bit later. But those four will be automatics through. A lot slower than the first heat. Kimura in the first one took that one out in 47.
Just shows how important it is to be in that first four.
Most definitely. Most definitely. Actually, just looking up on the screen now, it looks like Kimura has actually been DQ'd. I think we might have to get clarification on that one.
That was the first heat?
In the first heat, Kimura
interesting.
has been DQ'd, so we might have to find out what's gone on there, whether he's run out of his lane. Usually that is the case after the gun in a 400 metres. There's not too many other ways you can get DQ'd in a 400 unless you've clashed with someone and they feel like you have impeded another runner. But we'll definitely find out for you what's gone on there, because obviously Kimura, he'll be a little disappointed in that. I'm sure he would have liked to come out and have another run in hopefully some better conditions. But Alex Beck will now take that one out in first place in the 48.11.
Now this next
yeah, Lindsay.
Very tough, very tough.
I'm a little. Obviously, when these heats are drawn, they're based on seed time, so the officials have done the correct thing. But every now and then, you just get a heat that pops out, and it just doesn't seem right.
Heat of death.
And I would call this the heat of death. If you're looking down the list, obviously we've got Murray Goodwin, who took out the B race at Canberra, down at the Summer of Vass Grand Prix. We've got James Command, Lewis Stenmark, Jackson Collette and Luke Stevens. You'd almost say that these five athletes are potential finalists, and here they are, all in the same heat. This
Even
is
then,
one that's going to be tough.
Sanderson-Malera, 47.85 at the Summer of Vass Grand Prix in the B race.
There you go. So another athlete in that 47 mark who's going to push these athletes. So obviously top four. So these athletes obviously want to make sure they are automatics. It's not a simple thing where you can be running down the straight just looking to see if you're an easy qualifier. If we've got 5 to 6 athletes here, all trying to fight for 4 positions, this race could be on.
This is going to be tough. And the lane draw, it's not too bad for Goodwin and Kermont. Kermont probably not in the shape that he was in last year, in 46.58 last year. Louis Stenmark, unfortunately getting quite an injury last year at the Grand Prix in Canberra. But World Youth Games finalist, 46.29 to his name. He's a very handy athlete.
Yeah, you could even say the lanes are good up to Collette. Just having Stevens and Sanderson-Malera on the outside, that itself will be very, very handy. So this will be interesting to watch. And they're away from the inside. Maya, Goodwin, Common, Stenmark, Collette, Stevens, Sanderson-Malera and Hayden. And as we see on the outside, we've got Collette taking it up with Stevens.
Stevens always look really relaxed.
He always does. Looks like Collette and Stevens are going to be the better of the athletes through the first 200. And then coming up on the inside, looks like Murray Goodwin. He's had a first good 200 metres, but it's still all Luke Stevens. He's going to lead him around the bend coming into the straight. He's looking nice, relaxed. Just behind him, we've got Jackson Collette, and on the inside, Murray Goodwin.
Sanderson-Malera on the outside as well, holding down that other 4th automatic qualifying position.
But it looks like Murray Goodwin's coming on the inside. He's going to come up and take second in that one, but it's all Luke Stevens. Eases across the line, 48-48, unofficial. He'll be happy with that. Nice and easy, no troubles. straight through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, tough for Stenmark. He has done the under-20 heat, semi and final earlier this week. He got a bronze medal in that, but another 400. It's not easy.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy to add another one to the program. It's a big program for him. But looks like we're down trackside with Tamsin, with Luke Stevens, winner of that heat.
I'm really conscious that these guys have to get back in and do semi-finals and finals, and it's terrible conditions tonight. Luke, you've had a few problems with your body since Nitro, but tell you what, you couldn't tell then.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a very unusual season, actually. I feel like it's warranted in a lot of ways. Just done a lot of changes. I'm still developing physically, so I think maybe sometimes it's going to take a step back to take 2 steps forward.
True, but obviously you burst onto the scene last year. You're still a phenomenal athlete. We saw you do some fantastic things at Nitro. I don't want to keep you out here, but your speed looks like it's back to pretty great down that back straight.
Yeah, no, I'm very happy with that. Not the ideal conditions, but we've all got to run in them, so no, I just got the job done, so rest up tonight and tomorrow, and I'll be back to do the same thing in about 24 hours.
Perfect. Go rest up. Great run, Luke. Well done. Good job.
Back at that ambulant long jump there. Sarah Walsh.
Representing Western Australia, Sarah Edmiston. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge your medalist in the women's ambulance discus.
Now the result, that third heat of the 400 metres is displayed on the scoreboard of winner Luke Stevens from Victoria.
Here's the start list for the next race up on the track. The men's 400 metres heat 4. Rowan Laurenday from New South Wales. Tyler Gunn, also from New South Wales. Clay Watkins, South Australia. Mitchell Lucas, New South Wales. Taylor Byrne from Queensland. Matthew Napier from Victoria. Azuma Keiki from Japan. And Nick Woolley, New South Wales. So this is another one of our 45-second runners, Clay Watkins.
Yep.
And we're also, definitely, Tyler Gunn. He finished second in that under 20 400 metres earlier this week with a 47.48 PB. Very handy for the 18-year-old. So this will be his 4th 400 metres this week. It's tough, but we'll see how he goes.
Yeah, it is an interesting one. Obviously, if you're all about the junior ages, then it's not a bad idea coming here to run in the Opens. But obviously, if your focus is on the Opens, obviously you wouldn't ideally do the junior ages before coming here to compete against the Open athletes. But definitely good luck to him. He may just be race ready. We'll see.
I did hear a few calls of stand up, so I don't think there's going to be an issue. You can see just in the background there, that's the qualifying for the men's open high jump as well. So there's a lot going on out there on the track at the moment. No issues there in the field. Heat 4 of the men's 400 metres here at the Australian Athletics Championships. First 4 across the line, plus the next 4 best times to qualify for the semi-finals. Off and running now from the inside. Lauren Day, Gunn, Watkins, Lucas, Burns, Napier, Keiki and Woolley. Taylor Burns there in the orange T-shirt. He's run a 47.50 and he's going out very well at the moment. Also on the inside, that looks like Tyler Gunn moving very quick. He's up on the shoulder of Clay Watkins, the 45.9 guy from 2010. But it's a Japanese athlete, Keiki, on the outside. He's got a 46.7 seed time. We'll see who can enter the home straight in the lead. It looks like Tyler Gunn, the youngster from the central coast of New South Wales. He just got a silver in the under-20s. This is going to lead the field into the straight. Taylor Burns trying to chase him down. Watkins in the blue signet and Keiki on the outside. But those 4 stretched across the track. should or easily qualify for the finals, semi-finals, later on. 48-48 there, the winning time. Now, Laurenday, that last name there, his father, Paul Laurenday, coach of Clinton Hill. There's a bit of 400-metre pedigree in there.
Yeah, just a little. Clinton Hill, obviously one of Australia's greatest 400-metre runners. Obviously had that famous leg in Athens, that final leg to take the silver medal.
Now, Paul actually has some very good footage. He was on the back straight, so he was the one who actually got to shoot footage of Clinton Hill actually going past all of those athletes. Normally you don't see it on the actual Olympic footage because it's focused on the Americans so far and in front, but he's got some footage from the back straight.
Looks like we're going down to Tamsin. She's down there with Lewis Stenmark.
I am, and I thought it was a good time for us to jump in and have a chat because obviously it's been a long road back since you were flying in Canberra last year and then you tore your hamstring and it's been a long road back.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's just like it's hard to just keep going and coming back, but it's I don't know. I'm really happy with how I'm going. Just it's race fitness. I think that is getting back. Obviously, it's sad to look back at yourself and go, oh, I used to run these times. And I look at some of the videos and I go, how was I running that quick? Like, I thought it was easy, and now coming back, it's sort of like I'm appreciating training and running and competing a lot more than I think I sort of took it for granted back when I was just running times and doing well. So I think now I appreciate it a lot more, and you're a bit more hungry for training, for competing. So, it's just been a long road, but definitely rewarding, and I think I've learnt more from losses and not coming first than you can from winning, and setbacks obviously bring you forward. So.
Well, the thing is that you shouldn't be too hard on yourself. The transition is really, really tough. So you actually haven't gone backwards too far, and you do have an excuse. That injury was pretty bad. But you medalled in the under-20 400 this week. You got the bronze, so that's still a great effort.
Yeah, I was really happy with that. I think that I'm a bit hard on myself sometimes, but I think that after the initial sort of result, I look back at it and go, look, I've come back, look back where I came from, and then look forward and go, well, I've actually done this. If I keep progressing like this and tracking like this, getting more races under my belt, I think that the future could be a good thing. So I'm looking forward to that, and just gradually just getting more races and just working on different aspects and learning weaknesses and then turning them into strengths. So, yeah.
Well, you've clearly got a good team around you and you've got a good head on your shoulders, and don't be so hard on yourself because you're still pretty brave to take on the seniors when you know it's been a long road back. But a medal at the juniors, great effort. Look forward to seeing bigger and better things from you next season.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Yes, Louis Stenmark, definitely good head on the shoulders there. Line up there for the next race. Luca Lawson-Matthews, Will Johns, James Cooper, Daniel Moen, Luke Hamer, Steve Solomon, Jonathan Stefaniak and Toby McCann.
Looking forward to this one. This will be Steve's first run on Australian soil this season. Obviously, we said before, the 46-1 over in America, where he's studying at Stanford College. We'll see him how he goes in this heat, but he should be a easy automatic through to the semi-final.
We've also got Will Johns out there. He's the Victorian champion. Looks like Solomon opting for the long tights in there to keep everything nice and warm. He, again, has had a huge hamstring injury.
Yeah, no, most definitely. It's a smart decision. Definitely a smart decision. There's no need to go out there and run fast if it's not needed. So keeping the body safe, which is good.
Good to see Daniel Moen getting the zinc on tonight in these very, very sunny conditions.
Yes, it's obviously the Tom Gamble look. They must be mates. Obviously pushed each other through for this one. As we see, Daniel Moen, he'll take the lead into the straight. But Steve's just sitting there. He'll move up onto the shoulder now. Ease down the straight and take the lead.
And not willing, obviously, to give up that scalp so easily to the rest of the field. Moen there had a chance to take it, but Steve, very controlled. And look, he looked feather light.
Yeah, he does look good. He looks in shape. So hopefully we can see something good from him later in the week. We'll have to obviously wait for the weather conditions. Hopefully they do improve.
Really quick.
But it looks like we're going to cut down to Tamsin there. She looks like she's got Steve Solomon. Steve, how are we?
I do. I have Steve with me, obviously Olympic Games finalist, a superstar in the event. It is so fantastic to see you back out here running, Steve.
Yeah, it's wonderful to be back in Sydney. I love running here, so
Yeah, what can I say? I'm looking forward to the weekend.
It's true hometown. How's the body holding up?
Yeah, really well. It's nice to get a run out the way, get the legs moving, but hopefully next couple of days we'll pick it up a bit and see what we can do.
Now, you're obviously you're wanting to get back in there and put your warm clothes on. I'll let you go. Good luck for the semi-final. Looking forward to seeing you run very fast over the next couple of days.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, really good to see Steve back and looked very, very comfortable. I'm excited to see what he can produce. He got agonisingly close to the to the Rio Olympic qualifier. I think he was only 0.01 off it after finaling in 2012, and I reckon we're definitely going to see him back in London this year at the track that obviously set up his senior career, going sub 45 in that semi-final when it mattered and making that Olympic final. Some excellent work there from Mr. Solomon. Straight into the sheds, get warm. It's even tomorrow. It's business time all the way up until he crosses the line on Saturday night. And the rain, it certainly, I didn't think there was that much water up in the sky, but there certainly is, and it is tearing down.
It hasn't actually stopped since probably maybe 10:30 this morning.
Yeah, it's not pleasant. When I left the hotel this morning, I had some track pants on, had a jacket, walked outside. Hot. It was hot and muggy. 5 minutes later, freezing cold.
Yep. I definitely didn't come to the track in a jumper or anything like that. I was in shorts and T-shirt.
Yep.
Quite comfortably.
Understandable.
And then not too long after arriving, obviously had to pull out the jumper, get that on because the conditions deteriorated.
Now, we'll leave you with some very sad-looking people up on the hill with their umbrellas all alone. We'll go to an ad break. Stay tuned to the 2017 Australian Athletics Championships.
Saw a father bashing his own son.
And all the parents were arguing with each other.
It was really stressful and it made me just not feel good at all.
I stopped because I was being yelled at and it just wasn't any fun anymore.
If they've got to yell out, they could say something encouraging, like "good job" or "good pass."
You're doing great. You're good. Just keep trying and you'll get there.
Just let kids be kids.
Oh, damn it.
And we're back. And there you see the results from the women's discus ambulant throw. In first place, taking it out, Sarah Edmondson from WA. Trained by Paul Edmondson over there. Throw of 24.31. fantastic there from the WA athlete. In second position, Ray Anderson, New South Wales, 27.18. Third place, Nicole Robertson, 20.05. Fourth, Kim Domro from Queensland, 29.34. Jodie Will Roberts, Queensland, 28.96. Isabel Hampton from New South Wales, 25.83. And rounding out that field is Caitlin Smith from New South Wales with 19.72. So that concludes the Women's Open Discus Ambulant throw. Taking out by Sarah Edmonston there. Her coach, Paul, actually looks after the Pro Running League out there in WA. I've done quite a number of pro runs out there in my time, and he does a fantastic job out there for those guys. So he's really building the profile of that in the western state of Australia.
It's very sad, beanbags.
Yeah, I don't know if that one's going to win the competition.
No.
There's been some good entries this week. A lot of the kids are out there been building up their little piles, writing words on the back hill. But, yeah, definitely today hasn't been the day for the competition.
That's the day it's been undercover, soaking wet.
Yeah,
as you can see
that
there.
shot sort of shows the day, how it's been.
It's been tough conditions. We did see before the men's high jump qualifying is currently underway. I did hear earlier from Nick Boych that auto qualifier was 2:20, and I thought that was pretty intense.
That's intense and ambitious on a day like today.
Yeah, and now the day that it is tough, and the bars are only just getting up to 195 at the moment, so they're a good probably hour from 2 metres 20.
Yeah, I honestly will be surprised if any of the athletes go over 2:20 in these conditions. I don't think it will be needed. I think enough will drop out beforehand, and the better athletes will just call it a night, I'd say. And as we see out there on the track, the 800 runners are out there warming up, getting ready for the heats of the men's open 800 metres. Looking forward to this one, actually. We've got some good field out there. We've got Olympians everywhere in this one. Obviously, Luke Matthews, Peter Bowl.
Certainly only Olympian.
Australian record holder. Alex Rowe. So that's another one to look out for. We've got Josh Ralph out there as well.
Yeah, we won't see Risley. Unfortunately, Risley, a bit of an injury. He was the other 800-metre runner.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Dylan Stenson too. He's from South Australia. Favourite athlete over there. He's definitely one to watch in these heats. I think he should be a lock for the final, and I'm interested to see how he goes in that final against these Olympians and Australian record holders. I think he's definitely in with a shot there.
Just a bit of a tough ask there for the official trying to work out the two. It's not that middle bar there, not really agreeing with her. No. It just looks like we're going to get a bit of a half across there.
No, doesn't want to play ball with that one.
No,
not
unfortunately
at all.
not. Very tough ask here for these guys. No semis.
Yeah, straight through to final. So, and there you see start list for the men's 800 metres open heat 1. From the inside, Ben Quinn from New South Wales, Sam Russell, South Australia, Luke Fangs from Queensland, Stephen Nucky from Victoria, Luke Matthews from Victoria, Lachlan Barber also from Victoria, Mason Cohen, another athlete to watch from New South Wales, Bryce Watkins, fellow South Australian athlete of Dylan Stenson, and also Joshua Houghton from New South Wales, Tom Sullivan from Victoria. As we go over the page, we got Daniel Reeves from Tasmania. So that's your field for the first heat of the men's open 800 metres. They're in the starters' hands. I think your athletes to watch in this one probably be Matthews, Cohen, Watkins, as well as Barber and Nucky.
Yeah, first two from each heat plus the next two best times. This is the definition of cutthroat. We've got Luke Matthews, national champion, Rio Olympian. Lachlan Barber went to World Juniors. Mason Cohen, bronze last year. Stephen Nucky getting close to that 146 barrier. And look, it looks like we've got almost like a pacemaker out there. Daniel Reeves from Tasmania really wanting to get out of trouble. And we're not even sure what kind of shape Luke Matthews is in.
Yeah, no, not at all. Obviously, we haven't seen him this season, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes. He's just sitting back there, just in 4th, 5th place off the shoulder of Russell there. But it looks like Reeves is leading this field from Nucky and Cohen. They'll round down and again, obviously we'll see, but the wind's dropped off a little bit. The flags aren't blowing as much as they were before, so it may not be as difficult to lead these packs down the home straight. But Reeves will lead them through the first 400, 53.68. It's not too bad. It's fairly quick for a heat.
They're
but
not
these
messing
guys,
around.
They do have to go. And that's the thing with 800s. It's not like fours where you're all in the individual lanes where you can run your own race. This is championship racing here. And some of these better athletes do need to make sure they're up the front coming into the final straight for sure.
Yeah, that's Nucky. That's Nucky just on the inside in the 4. But as we say that, Luke Matthews moves his way into the front. First 2 plus the next 2 best times to qualify. And it's Matthews out in front. And it looks like that is Sam Russell from South Australia moving up into 3rd position. Bryce Watkins on the outside. And Lachlan Barber. But into the home straight, it's going to be Luke Matthews in front. The national medalist from last year. The bronze medalist from last year just tucked in behind him. Nucky battling out there with Russell and Watkins. And Lachlan Barber moving out onto the outside. The first 2 look like they're sorted. But these guys need to be fast to get into these minor placings. And there's Lachlan Barber finishing very quickly. 1:49.38. And I think Luke Matthews might have just run straight into the car. Jumped in and gone home.
I talked to you really quickly. Guys,
It looks like we're going to jump down there to Tamsin Lewis. She's down there with Luke Matthews just quickly before he jumps into the sheds.
Yeah, no, Luke, you did that easy. I think you were nearly in lane 8 and off the track before you finished the race.
Yeah, a bit scrappy, but just wanted to win, so all good.
Yeah.
All business.
Yeah, you're relieved to get that first one out of the way. You haven't raced for a while.
It's always a bit nervous, but fine, felt good.
Yeah, great effort. Good luck for tomorrow.
There we go. Thanks for that, Tamsin. It's always nice to have a quick chat with the athletes just before they duck off the track there. But obviously Luke Matthews wants to get dry and warm, and we can't blame him for that. Obviously he's got to come back out for the final on another day, so make sure he looks after the body. There he is. Official time, 1:49.37 there for Luke Matthews. Mason Cohen takes out the next automatic spot in 1:49.65. We'll have to wait for the next heat to find out if Lachlan Barber and also Stephen Nucky can sneak through to this final as fastest qualifiers.
They're currently on the bubble. Lachlan Barber, 1:49.81, and Stephen Nucky, 1:50.22. Those are the athletes on the edge.
Who's that? One of his athletes. Who's this for? Me. Just had to. Once I researched about you. Yeah.
He might not be hearing from Ben Offrins. He's currently signing autographs while mid-live stream.
Steve Gaffney would be very disappointed in me.
No, it's all good. All good.
That's a very talented lane pairing just out here at the moment. Ralph and Peter Boll.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Obviously you can't help it. That's the lane draw and that's the way it works out. But typically if you think of a Diamond League race where obviously lane draws can be sometimes influenced by managers and meet promoters and all that sort of stuff, you wouldn't see quality athletes like that sharing a lane.
There it is, your start list for Heat 2. We've got Jamal Harani from Qatar, Alain Dutton from WA, Harry May, South Australia, Dylan Stenson, South Australia, Brett Fisk, South Australia, Archie Wallace, Victoria, who just got a medal earlier in the under-20s today, Will Austin Cray, the New South Wales champion, Matt Werner, Josh Ralph, and Peter Boll. Now, Jamal Harani from Qatar, very quick. He could potentially split Ralph and Boll here, the other 2 favourites in this race. This is interesting.
It is, and it's definitely an interesting one because obviously on paper you look at this and go, okay, Josh Ralph, Peter Boll should be first through, followed by Dylan Stenson. But having that Qatari athlete in there does shake it up a little bit. Could we see one of these top athletes not making it through to the final?
Exactly, and off they go from the inside. Haran, Dutton, May, Stenson, Fisk, Wallace, Austin Cray, Werner, Ralph, Boll and Garland Barnes. Now, these guys have seen what they need to do. On the bubble, it's 1:49.81, so they know they have to go fast.
It does help sometimes being in that second heat, understanding what needs to be done, you know, how to take the race out, make sure the race is set up as fast, and sometimes it is worthwhile of these better athletes to take the pace up, making sure that it is set up for a quick race, because then it leaves a position where the top 4 may be automatics through because it is such a fast race. So
not often do you see Ralph out the front either, pushing the pace. That's Ralph, Bowl and Stenson in the first 3 positions. Oh, a very big elbow there. Bit of drama there between, looks like Garland Barnes and Will Austin Cray. Plenty of pushing and shoving between those 2 athletes, and I think we might see a little bit about that later.
Yeah, we may do that. There's always a little bit of argy-bargy in these 800s, especially in the men. They're big physical guys, though, as they run around onto the back straight. Still Josh Ralph out in front. Peter Bowles being smart, just sitting in behind him, followed by Dylan Stenson. Those 3 are your top, but obviously these athletes are coming on the outside. Looks like we've got Archie Wallace on the outside coming through.
He's already run the 800 heats, semis and finals of the under-20s.
He's not letting these open have it all their own way. But it's still Josh Ralph out in front, followed by Peter Bowl. These guys are going to move on now. They need to make sure they're automatics through, and they're doing just that right now. But it looks like the Qatari athletes coming through is pushing Stenson. These 2 need to make sure they get up there. They've got times to beat. The 2 times that they need to get in front of, it looks like 149.81 they need to beat. Josh Ralph will take this out, 149.90. No, so those athletes, I don't think they're going to be the qualifiers through. But obviously Josh Ralph, Peter Bowl made sure they're automatics. We'll have to wait for the official time before we actually call it, but this could be close and tough for Dylan Stenson here.
Yeah, well, I think he's out. I think that's it. We'll only see the first 2 from this heat. This is the definition of cutthroat.
And that's the way it works, which is disappointing. He's been running so well this season, so well. So it looks like we're going to go down to Tamsin. Looks like she might be down there with a couple of the winners, Josh Ralph and Peter Bowl, some of our top 800-metre runners.
I've got 2 of the superstars of the men's 800 metres down here. Look, they're breathing pretty easily. I think they've both done it pretty comfortably.
Yeah, it's a bit of fun. It's raining as well, so happy that Ralph took it out and kind of just went for it, looking around, just getting ready for the final, really. This is just a round, so the main one is on Saturday, so yeah.
I was speaking to a coach earlier, Justin Rinaldi, and he said that after Canberra's break, he made you do a pretty hard session, so I don't think you'll ever do that again.
Yeah, I did pretty hard after that, but I think I deserved it. No one has ever really broken an 8, so I mean, that was my fault there, so that's all right. We're back here again anyway, so.
Well, good luck for the final, Pete. Josh, you took the hard way, you led it from the front, but these are really tough qualifications with the men's 800.
Yeah, it's a bit cutthroat, but I think everyone's more or less happy with going straight through to a final. It's nice to have a day off. We don't always get that in major champs, but yeah, it's nice. So it was just I just wanted to get out and roll the legs around and see how it goes, and that felt really comfy. It was good.
And for you top guys, obviously qualifications for world champs are on your mind. So having the day off and being able to focus on that plays on your mind?
A little bit. I mean, nationals is more about the title. We can go overseas and run quick in Europe, hopefully. So Saturday's all about the win. But if it's quick, we can get a qualifier and a win, then, champagne's on me.
Well, you looked fantastic. Go rest up. Good luck for the final.
Yeah, and there you go. Just speaking there, Thames was speaking to Peter Bowl as he broke in that race in Canberra. I was there trackside, and I just shook my head at him. And he said, obviously not many people break in 800s, but you say that. I was actually watching a race in Tasmania where the one and only world record holder, David Rhodesia, broke. But, I don't know, it seemed like there was a little bit of a technicality and the officials called it back and just said unsteady. So, obviously, David Rhodesia is not one of those athletes that some of these officials might not be brave enough to actually call him on a break, and they let him run again, restarted the race, and I think it was the best thing to do because obviously the crowd had come out to see David Rhodesia run, and the last thing you want to see is him DQ'd for a false start. So even the best in the world do it sometimes. And we just had a report that there has been a bit of an incident on that race, so obviously we'll have to update you on the finer details of that a little bit later as we get the word come through. But there looks like there is a report on that last 800.
Now here we are, the final of 3 heats. From the inside, Joseph Deng, Reese Langdon, Ashley Humphrey, Alexander Rowe, James Gurr, Jake Stevens, Lachlan Mann, Alex Pettigrew, Mark Kenny and Geordie Williams. Definitely got to say the ones to watch: Alexander Rowe, James Gurr, Joseph Deng and Geordie Williams. Very talented athletes. We'll see who can take out those first two and see if they can get the rest of them through 1:49.81. That's the time to beat. And they are off and running. Joseph Deng, very, very talented athlete. He's just moved down from Queensland to join the squad of Alex Rowe, Peter Bold, Brad Mathis and Stephen Nucky. So as the rain really starts to pour down now, we'll see what kind of shape these athletes are in. James Gurr straight to the front of the pack. He doesn't mind leading the field around a little bit. And we'll see what kind of performance they can produce. Geordie Williams from the MTC group. And Peter Bolt there at the back of the pack. Doesn't mind coming home hard very late. He's had a bit of a quad injury. Sorry, Peter Bolt also trains with the Rinaldi crew. Joseph Deng out there. But James Gurt will lead them in. Closely followed by Rowe and Lachlan Mann. Gone through in 53.65. And these guys have really separated themselves now into a group of 7. But unless they're not, hopefully they're going fast enough. But 1:49.81, when they need to get 4 guys under that if they want to go through.
Yeah, exactly. These guys aren't really setting this up to have the qualifiers coming from this race. 1:53.65 is not super quick through the first 400 if you're looking at trying to get those 2 fastest qualifiers through. But obviously James Gurr and Alex Rowe off the front doing what's needed to be done. There's some of the better athletes, and as we see here, Deng coming around the outside. He's going to push these athletes as he comes. He's got the momentum coming into the straight, but still James Gurr and Alex Rowe off the front there. And it looks like the better of the runners. They need to push on now. Looks like we've got a challenge there coming from Mann.
And Lachlan Mann here might steal himself a minor place here, and he's going to find himself straight into the final.
There we go.
150 dead. Mann taking that final. We won't see James Gurr in the final. Cutthroat.
It is. It is. That's the thing. He's led from start to almost finish, and here he is. Could miss out, and probably
I don't think
will.
It's not good.
Miss out on the final.
150 dead was the final time, unless he can go faster than 150.22. I don't think it was that close.
I don't think it was that close either. Especially as seconds 150.07. So that was just flashed up on the clock. So we'll have to wait for this.
Tamsin down there with the winner. And the first 2, actually, Alex Rowe and...
No, I had to get top 2 because I'm pretty sure Lockie's going to be pretty stoked about this run. Lockie, great effort to make that final.
Yeah, I'm so shocked. Didn't expect that. Considering there was no semis, thought may as well just have a crack and follow this great man with me. He took me all the way, so can't complain at all.
Well, to be honest, Lockie, you race all the time, week in, week out on the domestic circuit, Interclub in Victoria, and I got to say it's well deserved.
Yeah, thanks, Tamsin. Really appreciate it. On to one more, though, I guess, so see how we go.
Well, good luck for your final. Alex, just got the job done.
Yeah, I felt good. Very lucky to have James Gurr take me out, and felt comfortable and felt relaxed, and can't complain. Look forward to the final on Saturday.
Well, that's the benefit of having experience in European races and major championships. You were boxed in a little bit at the bell, but you seemed to stay quite relaxed that the gap would come open.
Yeah, I think sometimes you might get unlucky and the gap never comes, but even though I was in the box, I trapped in with a lap to go. I just thought to myself, when I get the opportunity, make sure you move out, and that opportunity happened with 300 to go, and just made sure I was on the shoulder, so I had a clear run all the way home.
Well, you look great. It's going to be a great final. It's just you guys have set up for a fantastic race on Saturday night, so go rest up and good luck for the final.
Yeah, still waiting for those official results, see who might find themselves in the final, but Alex Rowe, very comfortable. And Lockie Mann, pretty pumped.
Yeah, as he should be. He's just snatched a final spot there and knocked out James Gurr.
Yeah, that's a big finish there. Gurr leading from the front the whole way. But just maybe not enough racing this year for a lot of the athletes. It makes it very tough to get used to it.
It does. And obviously we can see here
150.20, I think he's done it. So Gurr will be in the final.
There you go. So by 0.02.
Stephen Nucky, unfortunately, he'll be the 9th place, but Lachlan Barber find himself into the final.
Tell you what, James Gurr better go out and buy a lotto ticket tonight, because I tell you what, that's a pretty lucky result right there.
And there's your official results for the women's ambulant long jump. will be caught before taking out, obviously not in their distance order, but in percentage order. Holly Saunders, 2:31. Emma Grimaldi, 5:37. And Erin Cleaver, 4:55. Taking out the positions there in that women's ambulant long jump. And we got the winner of that long jump down with Tamsin.
Holly, not fantastic conditions. We had to stop the long jump competition halfway through. How did you feel out there?
Cold and wet.
It is not great. What do you have plans tonight to celebrate? Warm bath?
Yeah, probably, and just get warm. Yeah.
What are your plans from here? Where are you going from after these national championships? What are the goals for the rest of the season?
Well, I want to try and qualify for Switzerland, but we'll see how that goes.
I think you're looking good. You're close to the qualification and better conditions. Hopefully you get there. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely very, very cold out there. And doesn't look like it's going to get any warmer anytime soon. And we've got some triple jump just happening in front of us. Late start for these boys. I think it's the under 14 boys long jump. So it's the under 14 boys long jump. 8 p.m. start on a Thursday night in the pouring rain. Ouch. Hopefully they don't have to go to school tomorrow.
I think they all deserve a day off school just for braving these conditions alone.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. It's going to be when you compete so late at night, it actually is hard to go to sleep.
Oh, it most definitely is. Most definitely is. And so, bit of a shout out to those parents competing athletes down there. Be a little kind. Let them have the day off, at least the morning maybe, just so they can get a good night's sleep, rest and recover. I remember back in the day, my mum, she actually gave me nearly 2 weeks off to watch this in the Olympics.
Oh,
I loved her for it.
I've got to say,
I loved her for it.
Being in New South Wales, we had 2 weeks of holidays anyway.
Oh, there you go. You didn't have to worry about it. But back home in WA, she was kind enough. She knew, obviously, I have a big love for the sport and also the Olympics, and she allowed me to take a considerable amount of time off to be able to watch that at home.
Good on you, Mum.
Good on you, Mum. Obviously, it helped feed my passion and love for the sport, and obviously spurred me on to be able to achieve some of the things I was able to achieve. So I thank my mum for that 2 weeks. I tie it all back to that moment.
That was it. The beginning. We can see some of our decathlete boys. They've been out here almost before us this morning, getting ready for a big day. And event number 5, the 400. We'll see the under-20s and then 2 heats of the the opens. Is he officially in there yet? That was just going on the last running, so yeah. Yeah, I'm cool for chat. We good to go now? So Tamsin down there with possibly the luckiest man at the championship so far.
No, I don't have James.
No, you don't have him.
But I just spoke to James Gurr, who's that final qualifier for that 800 metres. It was pretty cutthroat, guys. Like, they took out the semi-finals, which made it really tough, and we've lost some big names. I would actually love to see them use 9 lanes if they're going to do that.
It does make it very tricky.
Use 9 lanes, double up some lanes. Let's just get everyone in this final. I want to see Dylan Stenson back in there. Let's get them all in there. Let's get 12 in the final.
How many could you fit per lane? Maybe 3?
Yeah, but there is a number. There is a limit to how many you can have. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tam. Is it 12? Can you have 12 in a final?
Do you know what? In Europe, I've been in races where they've got 16 and it's carnage, but it's entertaining for the crowd.
I've seen hip numbers go up to 40.
The guys were pretty happy to cut out the semi-final, the top guys, because I think they just really want to attack and focus on a good race for Saturday. But it's tough on those guys who are borderline.
Makes sense for those guys. They get less runs. But here's the start list now for the under 20 400 metres. There it is. John Chegwin, Michael Cann, Timona Parrell, Dean Pestrello, Liam Schreck, Gary Hasbrook, Caelan Shaw, Matthew Harcourt and Josh Connolly. It looks like we might be missing our athlete in the centre of the field there. Lane 5, Liam Schreck. Not currently out there, and as we always see, that camera angle there really shows the amount of rain coming down in front of the lights. But down the back straight, Matthew Harcourt moving around into the lead. He's out in lane 8, so everyone's chasing him down. He won't see anyone else in front of him as he's going to enter the home straight. Gary Hasbrook chasing him down, and it's the Victorian as well, Michael Cann. These guys were 1, 2, 3 in the 100 as well. Josh Connolly trying to chase them back as well, and the West Australian John Chegwin. But it's the long tights of Matthew Harcourt. Gary Hasbrook coming home very hard as well, but Harcourt doing enough. 50.06, Michael Cann and Josh Connolly. Those are your first 4 across the line. And these boys, they got a big, big night ahead of them. It must be hard for these guys, especially like, I find it hard to sleep just after 1-4, but these guys have had such a big day. Maybe they find it easy to sleep. I don't know if they're so fatigued.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd be knackered after all of that. I'll tell you what, I'm tired enough as it is after 400. And as you said, these boys are already out here. They've already completed 4 events before this. This is their 5th of the night. And then obviously have to turn around and come back tomorrow. It is a big ask, and obviously they do a fantastic job at that.
And it looks like Tamsin's got the elder of the Connollys, Josh Connolly, finished his first half of the Decathlon at National Champs.
Well, I thought it was really important, guys, to ask Josh after a 400 metres if he thought it was a great move to move from the high jump to the decathlon.
Oh, yeah, no, 400. It's my least favourite event out of the 10. But yeah, glad it's over.
We actually spoke to your parents, Mike and Laurel, in the crowd a bit earlier, and your sister Ella. And Mike, your dad tried to tell me that you actually don't mind 1,500 metres.
Oh, 15's better than a 4. Too much lactic in a 4. I just hope I run quicker than my sister. To be honest.
Okay, so Matt Lynch is up there saying that you, it's okay. You just ran faster than your sister. You ran 51 seconds, so it's okay.
Yes, that's a PB, I think, too. Thank God.
Great effort. We'll go rest up. Good luck for tomorrow. Hopefully the weather's a bit nicer. Well done.
Yeah, cheers there, Tamsin. He's wearing Ben asking what's the singlet that he's wearing? That's the A squad of Queensland Athletics. So we have qualifications, top 8 in Australia. And there it is, 50.03 for Matthew Harcourt. Gary Hasbrook, 50.32. Michael Cann, 51.57. Josh Connolly, 51.77. And stepping out onto the track now will be the Open boys. These are the last 2 starters we have as well. I don't think we don't have any other 1,500s because they would have only just checked in, I think, and big seeders. Or does Ben have to? They're allowed to go early at Decathlon, guys. But we have to get Tamsin to do a high jump update as well to see who's in or out. This is his open high jump. A better picture. That rain is still absolutely dumping down as you see Matthew Wecker there from the ACT. He's only gone half uniform.
Yeah, he's only gone half uniform. As we said, obviously the Opens aren't required to wear the full uniform, so he's taken to the half uniform, which, hey, I'm all for that. It's better than no uniform. So good on you, Matt. But obviously you see there the New South Wales athlete. He's got the current New South Wales athlete, and he does look fantastic in that.
And this is the under 14 boys long jump. I was saying before, I'm not sure if these guys will be heavy enough to even make an impact in the sand.
Yeah, it definitely is. But it looks like, I don't know, I think they've kept this pit covered for a while, and it doesn't look as damp as what the pit down the other end of the straight was. As we can see, obviously making a decent indent there in the sand, so it's definitely not as firm as what it was early in the night. As we said, I believe we have had this one covered for a little bit. Western Australian athlete there. Just going over to have a quick chat with the coach, just to get a little bit of a report on the jump, just to make sure they don't need to adjust the run-up or the technique in the air or landing.
Now we're just waiting to
see Whedon on the run-up here from Victoria.
Looks like he's going for maybe a double hitch in the air there.
Fairly decent technique at such a young age, so maybe a athlete to watch in the future if he's already looking at mastering the double hitch.
I do know at my first All Schools in 2001, the under 14 long jump was won by Mitchell Watt and second place Chris Nofke.
There you go. Some of Australia's best long jumpers that we've had. Obviously Mitchell Watt, Australian record holder.
So on the track now, this is the first of two sections in the 400 metres on the inside. Will North, Matthew Wecker, Hamish Nelson, Aaron Booth, Alec Diamond, Jared Padgett, Wesley Salisbury and Chris White. Now it looks like it's Jared Padgett there, Victoria, in the Melbourne University uniform, striding down the back straight. This is the first of two in the Decathlon. And these boys have had such a big day to finish with a 400 and then to finish the next day in the 1500. I wonder who made that. That's painful.
Yeah, I don't know. But I guess it's one of those things, if you did put the 4 or 15 first, it may ruin them for the rest of the day. So having it last, giving you enough time to recover before the first event the next day is probably actually a fairly wise decision.
That looks like the New Zealander Booth there pulling out through the field, and he'll take it out. Aaron Booth from New Zealand, 51.29 to win it. Now I think Hamish Nelson for Victoria might have a bit of trouble getting very close, and I think maybe on the line around the bend, and he might see himself disqualified, which is probably the worst thing in a decath. I understand just to a normal 400 runner, getting disqualified, bad. He's just done a whole day's work.
Yeah, obviously that wouldn't be good to see. There are officials down there on that bend, so they're sitting down there on those chairs, making sure that these athletes aren't running out of their lanes. So if the official has seen something, they obviously will report that. So obviously we do hope that he hasn't gone out of his lane there, but he definitely was flirting with the line. As we head back to the field, this is the under 14 men's long jump.
Another good looking jump.
Yeah. These New South Wales athletes been taught well. That's Holland.
Obviously, you see, the official can't actually put the red or white flag up until the athlete leaves the pit.
Yep.
So when the New South Wales athletes decides to walk the rest of the pit forward, it's a lot longer time before they can put the flag up. So usually they just go to the side. That's cool. But he decided to take the long way around.
That's fair enough. He has every right to do so. It may be his routine, a little bit of a thing he does to walk to the end of the pit. So whatever works for these athletes, I'm happy with. Up next on the runway, we've got Joshua Colosi from the ACT.
We saw him in the triple jump yesterday, back out in the long jump. Looks like maybe just overstriding towards the board there, not enjoying that takeoff.
No.
A bit of a...
He knew it was a foul as soon as he landed.
That's actually Sam Payich there in the men's ambulant discus, taking out the 35-metre cone there. This is probably even harder to spot a discus landing with a really slick grass. That discus could skim, and that's a
So is
hunting straight for the
this
shins.
a point where maybe Hawkeye might be a great thing to have?
I'd love to see it.
In athletics.
I'd love to
get
see
the
it.
crowd going. Whoa. You know, it wouldn't be a bad little thing to see out there. Obviously, takes a lot of
maybe hotspot,
a lot of filming equipment.
Hotspot from cricket.
Ah,
maybe like a snicko on the grass.
You have to be fairly sensitive to be able to pick up the discus skimming across the grass. But hey, if the technology's there, maybe it's a possibility, something we can look at into the future.
Oh, it's definitely on the cards.
But for now, the officials obviously, again, doing a great job out there, identifying where the discus is landing. And here we go for the second of 2 400 metres for the open men's decath. This one will feature Cedric Dubler from Queensland. So your field from the inside, Dale Hebbard. Lane 3, Josiah Becker. Lane 4, Christian Patner. Lane 5, Max Atwell. 6, Cedric Dubler. 7, John Lane. 8, Lachlan McPherson. And Lane 9, Martin Clark. And as we see there, it looks like McPherson and Clark taking it to Cedric on this one. Looks like they're going to have the better of the first 200. McPherson on the lane 8, running well. As we come around, moving on into the straight, 100 metres to go. That's still
John Lane there.
Looks like John Lane.
Big Great Britain athlete. See, Cedric really, he's run a 48-1 before, but he's not finding it at the moment. But John Lane taking this one out, 48.64. Cedric, but just not in the kind of shape, obviously, that he was in last year. And Lane will take out the win there in the 400 at the decaf. So we've got Tamsin down there with 2016 Rio Olympian Cedric Dubler.
Cedric, I know it's a killer. You've gone through 5 events in terrible conditions. 49.56. Happy with that?
Not really. I guess today's been a bit all over the place. Weather hasn't been working with us, and just from the start had a few issues. So look, I'm just happy to be out here gaining a lot of experience from the competition, learning to compete in the rain, which I'll have to do one day. So wonderful experience from this competition, and it's just good to be out here with the boys.
And it's your first decath in a while.
Yeah. First decath of the season opener, so good to blow some of the cobwebs out, and then 2 more competitions later this year in Austria, and then London World Championships.
You're fortunate enough you've got the qualifier from the National Championships last year. So you've got the luxury of just, going through things, like you said, getting experience in this weather. You'll be the first Australian decathlete when you're named since at the World Champs since Jagan Hames, and he was a fantastic athlete. It'll be great to have another Aussie out there. So good luck for the next 5 days, geez.
I wouldn't be able to do that. But yeah, thank you. It'll be good to come out tomorrow and see how we go with the results, and I guess just learn from it and build on it for the rest of the year and next year's Commonwealth Games.
Brilliant. And 14th at the Olympics last year, that must have been a fantastic experience.
Very, very good experience. It was wonderful to finally step it up with the senior boys and meet a lot of those athletes that I've looked up to for many years now. So it's good to be out there learning from them, and as I said, I'm learning, I'm still young, so many years to come.
You're doing fantastic, Cedric. Sorry, get out of this weather. Good luck. Yeah. 400s are a killer, huh? Well, it's your fault. You took 9 extra events on from the 400.
Mistake.
Awesome. Good luck for tomorrow. Bye.
Yeah, thanks for that, Tamsin. You might actually have to ask a couple of these decath athletes. We're just sitting up here looking down at the track side, and a couple of them just chose to stand out in the rain and hunch over and sort of recover rather than just ducking under the shelter. A little bit confused. Every other athlete, as quick as they can, they're straight into the change rooms. But these decath athletes just standing out in the rain. They've been out there all day. They must have become acclimatised to it.
Yeah, I think they're too waterlogged. Spent way too much time out there.
Well, it may be my fault. I probably could offer them my umbrella, but they're so darn tall. I can't get my arms up there over them. And you know what? I don't want to get too wet down here, Ben.
Oh, you got a nice rain jacket on down there. I think you'll be fine.
I tell you what you do see while you're trackside with these decathletes is down the final straight of that 400 metres, there is just pain etched across their face. You can see it. They're putting every ounce of energy they've got into to get across that line, and it's just, you know, a lot of them are big guys because they've got to be strong for all the other events, and they definitely hate the 400. I feel for them.
Yeah, that's understandable. I think everyone hates the 400. I do it and I don't even love it that much. It's one of those things where, yeah, it's all good and well before you start the race, but after the race you sort of question why I ever did that. But anyway, it's one of those things. We might, as the rain comes down a little bit heavier, we might have to get you do a little bit of a puddle report out there, because from up here it looks like there's quite a significant puddle forming just down there on the track. So maybe we get a bit of an update on how deep these puddles actually are. Because we're walking.
There's been a lot of rain. There's been no respite tonight. You can see on the ground out here, just, you know, it's full of puddles. It's actually worse at the moment than it's been all night. So it's hard to pick when the good races have been on, because we really haven't had any break in this weather. So I'd like to say fingers crossed that maybe by this time the 1500s are on and the women's 1500 first round, it'll die down. But I think we're going to have to put up with the weather tonight and hope for the best for tomorrow.
Well, hopefully it stops before I make the long walk back to my hotel. That's all. I might sounding a bit precious there. These guys are running around. I'm just worried about the 200-metre walk to the Ibis.
Yeah, well, you've got to worry about your hair, don't you?
All right, thanks for that, Tamsin. We might have checked back with you a little bit later. But as we see there, Discus is still going out there. The men's Ambulant Open. And it looks like we're going to get Tamsin out there to the Discus. Give it a little bit of an update. We're at round 3.
And just in the background, you can see some of the multi-eventers from the under 17 and under 18s about to do their final event of their program, the 1500 metres, and that will be the curtain raiser for the women's 1500 metre heats.
It must be interesting with these decathlon and multi-event athletes that competed yesterday and now compete today. Stark differences in weather. Totally opposite. You would never have thought when you came out yesterday that this is what you would have been putting up with today.
Not at all. This is completely opposite. And I hear what Cedric said before. Maybe again I'll have to compete in the rain again. There's easily the same chance that in 20 years he'll be remembering, goes, bloody hell, that was rainy in 2017. Never had conditions like it again.
Exactly. And as we had before with some of the throwers out there earlier.
Yeah.
Been at it for years. Years, and they haven't had conditions like this. So we do hope they improve, because obviously we don't want to have these conditions affecting performances and athletes. But there we see, there's your lineup for the men's decathlon under 18, 1500 metres. Ashley Maloney from Queensland. He's had a fantastic championships, Ash. Then next we've got Donald Omar from New South Wales, followed by Luke Hunter from New South Wales, Lachlan Burrows from South Australia, and Sam Elwoodin from Queensland.
This is a combined event, so those athletes 5 to 9 are in the under 18 decathlon, and the athletes 1 to 4, they'll be in the under 17. So it is a two-man race here, or two age group race, and those athletes in 1 to 4, Simon Young, Cooper Thompson, Cooper Saunders, and Sebastian Renecki. And these guys are really pushing the pace here. That looks like Cooper Thompson. It's been pretty handy so far, and he's really strung out the field. And this is what you do see. You do see the field get strung out in these kind of races, because there's so many different types of athletes come towards the decathlon.
Yeah, most definitely. And as you see, usually this is sort of the way you would see a field after 3 laps. But this is, they're only coming through the first 300 shortly. So it is interesting to see. You get those athletes that obviously may not feature too much in the throws, but then they get their chance to come out here on the track and put it to those athletes who may have put it to them in the throws. As we see these athletes go around, Looks like we got Lachlan Burrows out there leading the way, followed by, looks like Cooper Thompson there. But at the moment we've got Burrows. He's in the under-18s, Cooper in the under-17s. So obviously it's a thing where Cooper doesn't have to worry about Lachlan. They're in separate age groups, obviously separate competitions, but he has the ability to be able to use Lachlan Burrows. A little bit of a marker. Obviously he understands. A lot of these athletes know how the other athletes perform over these events, so they'll be smart and wise to that. But Lachlan Burrows doing it all himself at the moment. And these athletes, and it's one of those things where usually at these sort of things, the individual 1500s, championship racing, so it's about the win. This is not about the win. This is all about the time. These athletes need to make sure that they perform at their highest in order to get the highest number of points.
You could be anywhere in this field, but if you're doing better than you've ever done before, then that's all you could do.
Exactly.
It's not your place across the line in here.
No. Sometimes the winner of a decathlon doesn't have to go out here and win the 1500.
No, this is 9 time trials. Just all happening at the same time. That's all it is.
Yep.
And it's an event that you really can take a lot out. I know I saw it in the under-16 boys. A fella came into the final with a 300-point lead, finished second.
See, and that's the thing. The event can change so much with this one race. But the funny thing is typically it's the worst event of all the athletes.
And it's the last event. It's the hardest event. I know we say it. I don't know many of these guys who would turn up at an all-comers or a shield meet at their local interclub and volunteer to do the 1500.
No, definitely not. It's something obviously they work on in training, but it's very rare they actually go and run a 1500 outside of a decathlon anyway. So as we see there, Lachlan Burrows coming into the straight again. Times it just over, tick over 3.
So he'll be 400 metres left for Burrows from South Australia. And these boys just slogging it out.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, Burrows will be looking to go somewhere around that 4:30 to 4:40 mark.
As he gets the bell, that looks like Luke Hunter from New South Wales, currently up there. And those Ambulant, that looks like Sam Ambulant as well. Cooper Thompson and then Ash Maloney.
Yeah, Cooper Thompson spent a bit of time up the front earlier, but obviously he's starting to drop back a little bit. The other athletes are starting to move away from him. But again, Cooper Thompson doesn't have to worry about these other athletes. They're all in the older age group, the under-18s. Looks like he's still in the lead in that 17s age group. But still, all Lachlan Burrows. These athletes will push all the way through to the line. Sometimes you can see athletes in the individual events, if they know they're not doing well, they may give up, just run down the straight, ease up. But this is an event, you cannot do that. It's all the way through the line.
I feel like Burrows has really actually turned on the pace a little bit. This gap has gotten bigger and bigger. And a very smooth mover. This is actually not a bad time. Cedric Dubler last year went 4:55 to finish off his decathlon.
There you go, and that just shows how well Lachlan is actually doing in this. He takes it out 4:39.92 unofficially. Looks like a bit of a sprint finish here. Cooper Thompson pushing all the way through the line.
Boys absolutely shattered. They've put it all out on the line. It will be a while before we see their final point scores. It's been a big day for these boys, all out there for a long, long time. They've had all the conditions in the world, boiling hot, pouring rain. Give them a big round of applause when you're sitting at home.
If you did a decathlon, I feel like it's one of those moments where you look forward to your first meal after doing a decathlon.
Oh.
You're so spent that all you can think about is getting a little bit of food in you. what would be your meal? Your meal that you would have?
My meal?
Yep. After a decaf.
You're going to have to let me have a think about that.
All right, we'll come back to you a little bit later.
Depends
we'll
where
come back
I
to you
am.
a little bit later. We'll see if we can cut down to Tamsin. Looks like she's down there with these decaf guys.
Honestly, it's carnage down here. Okay, guys, I know you're in agony. Who can talk after that 1500? Anyone?
Freaking nature. Jesus Christ.
Okay, well, you've been dobbed in. 1500, your favourite of the 10?
Oh, it's definitely my worst. I hate every minute of it, but I love the Decathlon.
Are you happy with how the 10 events went?
Oh, I'm really happy with day one, but this weather, it's a killer, but it's great.
Are you guys going to do a victory lap together, or are you just going to head back and get out of this weather? Yeah, fair enough. Well done, great effort.
Thank you.
Tamsin, just before he goes, ask
Hang
him,
on one sec.
does he have a meal that he looks forward to after doing a decaf?
Okay, the guys up there, Matt and Ben, they want to know, do you have a meal that you look forward to after doing a decaf?
I'd say Hungry Jack's dog Whopper and cheese.
Health, right there. Well done. Will you go get that double Whopper and cheese?
Well, hey, where's the closest Hungry Jack's? Can we get it delivered?
We'll have a look. We'll have to get on.
Let's get an Uber Eats.
We'll have to get on
tell
Google
you
Maps
what.
and find out where it is.
You're going to need more than 9 Happy Meals for these big boys down here.
I think me and Maddie might have to jump in on that. We feel like we've been through this decaf with them.
Obviously the drier version.
Definitely the drier version.
So we haven't seen... we do have a point score update from before the last two events for that. Ash was on 6,517. We haven't been able to see the javelin results yet, but very close to maybe getting a... he was on target for a national record for the under-18s.
Wow.
It is tricky because normally they do the octathlon at under-18, so they don't actually do that anymore. They do the decath, so it's an interesting one. It's a not often competed event. Ash, very, very talented athlete. As you can see, if you check the results, very good across all the disciplines.
Yeah, I was talking to him yesterday. We had a bit of a chat after his shot put, where he was pretty happy with how he went, and we had another one after his high jump. So we've actually spoken to him a couple of times over the last couple of days, and it's been fantastic. He's done a number of PBs, which, as a decathlon athlete, that's one thing. If you can come in and PB in a decathlon, that's far greater than doing a PB in just a normal individual event, because obviously you're having to go through and compete in multiple events. And for him to end day one on 4,217 points, he's had an amazing day. It's just unfortunate that they didn't get the conditions that they had yesterday. If they could have come back out today, had those conditions, who knows what he may have put out there in terms of a total score.
Were you able to do photos from tweets?
Back out there for round 4. Kirk.
Oh.
Yeah.
I've heard that one called the high five.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a half high five, half flappy duck.
It's not good. I'm not sure on those terms and whether they're the technical terms for them.
Very, very technical.
Very technical.
This is from Julian Ruck himself.
The flappy duck. There you
flappy
go.
duck is when it's a bit flappy.
Yep.
High fives when it stands up straight like that.
Yep.
That was a half flappy duck, half high five.
Okay, if it's come from Julian, I don't know. Julian has a way of uniquely describing these terms and ways that discus will fly. I'm not sure if it's been taken up by all the other discus throwers.
Oh, it definitely has, for sure. That usually a high five ends in a tombstone where it gets stuck into the ground. It's always impressive for the crowd, but it definitely means it's not a good throw.
There you go.
But definitely they'd be having a bit of trouble with grip. I can understand why it would be slipping out there. You would see a flappy duck and a high five.
Yeah, the conditions do make it hard for the discus throwers. Obviously, it's one of those events where you do rely on the grip on the discus to be able to stay and maintain control in the hand. But with the rain like this, trying to keep the discus, the hand, dry as possible, it does make it hard.
And there's only so much chalk. Like, chalk is still going to get wet.
Exactly. Exactly. And we actually saw, it's just a little bit earlier if you're watching the vision, one of the discuses hit the uprights of the cage, and you just saw this chalk powder balloon off the upright, and gave you, I guess, a bit of an impression and understanding on how much chalk some of these athletes are actually having to use when throwing the discus.
There you can see not only these athletes are out here for, say, 45 minutes to an hour. That's the same field team that was there for the women's discus.
Exactly. So we say that the athletes are out there for a while dealing with these conditions, but these officials are out there much, much longer. I've been speaking to quite a number of the officials throughout the week, and a couple of them, they've only got a few sessions off for the whole week. So these officials are doing a wonderful job. Obviously, we really do have to thank them for the work that they do.
Yeah, you can see Guy Henley in there smuggling the discus under the shirt all the way up until the wind-up.
That's a sneaky little way of doing it.
Keep it as dry as possible.
There's nothing illegal about it. You're definitely allowed to do that. And obviously trying to... the other one is keeping the singlet as dry as possible. So if you head back underneath the tent, put the shirt on, keep it dry. So when you actually do go out to the circle, you have a dry shirt to be able to clean the discus off with all the moisture and water.
And silver medalist. Total point score of 5,593 points, representing New South Wales, Cooper Thompson.
Looks like they're in the fourth round, and Blake Carr also smuggling the discus into the circle. We saw him in the long jump. He's out there in the discus. I think he's competing in the INAS Games in the discus.
Yes, he actually did do the qualifier down in Canberra. So he came over to me and told me that he had qualified for the INAS Games, which is a fantastic effort. Congratulations to Carr on that one.
I've got to say he loves the chat.
He does, doesn't he? He's a character of track and field. As you see there, the discus landing, the water just goes everywhere. You see that the officials walking along the grass and just water splashing up everywhere.
It's a gumboot day in the field, isn't it?
It really is. It really is. It's one of those things. It probably would have been maybe a wise thing to head over to the DFO. Go and see if you can find yourself some nice black wellies.
Well, they have to be Adidas.
No, the shoes. Oh, yes, we'll go with that. I don't know if you can get Adidas wellies. Can you?
Oh, surely. If they did, though, they'd be amazing.
If not, we'll go and get some plain black ones. We'll paint 3 stripes on it and call it Adidas.
You'd be the talk of the town.
Sponsored wellies.
Mate, we might need it. Surely there'd be some in New Zealand.
It could be a thing.
All the farmers out there in the finest of Wellingtons.
My artistic skills aren't great, so I probably couldn't do any other brands, but Adidas, I'm all good for that one.
Oh, it's just a couple of lines. Classic,
A few lines. Couples too.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
few lines. Don't want anyone thinking that Adidas is only 2.
No. True. How could you make that mistake? How silly of me. Now, we're only a few short minutes away from the final events on the track. The heats of the women's 1500.
Yeah, and I guess one thing we do have to realise is these athletes aren't just coming out here to compete on the track and getting wet out here. They've been out on the warm-up track, obviously getting wet out there. So they're coming into these events with wet clothes and shoes on as it is. So it sort of compounds things when they come out here to compete.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good chance if they have that day off tomorrow. Probably won't be like this at all.
First place and gold medalist, a point score of 7,559, representing Queensland, Ashley Maloney. Congratulations to all our medalists in the men's under 18 decathlon.
And that was Millgate there.
2 other athletes, 4,861 points from New South Wales, Donald Omar.
Up next into the circle, McGuinness.
McGuinness from North Queensland wearing his Keppel Coast uniform. Up there in far North Queensland. Oh, not far north, just North
Keppel
Queensland.
Coast. I'm sure they'll be stoked to see McGuinness out here representing the club. He's an F12 athlete from North Queensland. F12 being vision impaired.
Landed it right in the puddle.
The biggest puddle there is.
That's the biggest puddle there is. Right in the middle. Which part of that puddle did that land in? That's the difficult job they've got out there.
Definitely. But the official rushed up, didn't care about the puddle.
No.
Splish splash straight into it to make sure and ensure that he does find the correct mark.
I'd have to say I'd probably go to the centre of the ripples. That would be my way to find it. I don't know if there's any other...
I guess it's one of those things. It may have left a mark.
May have left a mark, yep. I'm sure you could feel around underneath.
But those officials obviously are much closer than what we are. So I'm sure they've got a keen eye on it. There's Andre Rivet there. I'm sure he's getting ready for his next throw in the circle. But as we head back to the long jump run-up, Whedon from Victoria on the runway, just waiting for the officials to move the orange cone to allow him to jump.
In the fourth round, the final round for these athletes. 3 jumps, then the top 8 will get an extra 1 jump in the under-14 boys.
A little bit behind the board there. Run-up wasn't quite as good as his previous jump. Still, the white flag goes up.
And here we are, the women's 1,500 metres. 2 heats, first 4 plus the next 4. In this heat, Annabelle McDermott, Zoe Buckman, Madeline Murray, Whitney Sharp, Chichiro Sanaga, Beth Croft, Jenny Blundell, Melinda Witchard, Anna Saw, Emily Augustine, and on the final page, Sally Naylor, Sarah Reese, Rose Davies, and Audrey Hall. Now, a couple of Olympians in this one. Zoe Buckman and Jenny Blundell.
Yep, quality athletes right there. As you said, Olympians.
And these athletes last year, especially Jenny Blundell, really powered their way through the Australian all-time rankings.
I certainly did. I was in Europe with Jenny. Was able to witness some of her amazing runs over there. It was good to see her out there. She was definitely one of the athletes that had a great European season, which led to her selection in the 1,500 for the women's at the Rio Olympics.
And it'll be good to see, feel like I don't want to say this pun, it'll be good to see Heidi C go in the next race. 2-time national champs, one 2015, one 2016. Unfortunately, while chasing the Rio qualifier, did become injured. But we'll see her, I'll said it again, sorry, against Lyndon Hall in the next heat. So she was only 1 place away from the final in Rio. And I'd like to say that the rain has settled down, but it definitely hasn't. And I think even the wind may have turned around a little bit, actually. You can see Jenny Blundell there moving her way into the front of the pack to take on the pace, and Buckman just tucked in on the rail beside her. The Japanese athlete just tucked in as well. And it looks like Madeline Murray off their shoulders. We saw Jenny Blundell come second to Lyndon Hall at the Summer of Aths Grand Prix down at our nation's capital. In real gusty conditions on that Sunday.
Yeah, it was really, really tough conditions. They did an amazing job out there, but honestly, it was one of those things where you got a little bit of reprieve from the wind on one half of the lap, but then you were straight into a real stiff headwind for the other half of the lap. And it doesn't make distance running easy. It's not an event that you can sort of make it up for it on the other half of the lap when you do have the tailwind behind you. These athletes do prefer to have still conditions to make even running more possible as they go around. But as again, the wind's up again here in the stadium, you can see the flags flying, or we can see the flags here flapping, and it shows us that the wind is a little stiff at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see what these athletes do as they come around into this home straight where they will hit the headwind.
Yeah, so we've got the group of 4 out in front.
as there you can see there the flags as we were talking about before.
Group of 6 now. Still Blundell, Buckman, Murray and Sunaga from Japan. Those 4 currently in those automatic qualifying positions. But it looks like hip number 4 and hip number 8. Whitney Sharp and Melinda Witchard tucking in behind that group. So that's your 6 athletes there. Sunaga, Blundell, Buckman, Murray, Witchard and Sharp.
Yeah, now the gap's opened up a little bit. Unless one of these athletes starts to make a move fairly soon, it looks like we'll see our 4 automatics come from this group of 6. Obviously, Jenny and Zoe will have to ensure they get in that top 4. They don't want to leave it for the times. It's not a way to go, obviously, as we saw in the 800s. James Kerr only just getting through, leaving it to the last minute. And it's something you definitely don't want to make sure you do, because it's a tense and nervous wait as you have to sit there and watch the next heat.
Well, we can see we might be losing Melinda Witchard there from that front group. This pace must be on with Jenny Blundell in front, and I'm thinking if they've got a day off in between, why not have a go?
Yeah, definitely. But it's one of those things where some of these top athletes, they may want a little bit of a fast race just to ensure that there is only no more than 4 left at the end of the race. So they may try and drop some of these athletes off, because as soon as you get to that point where there's only 4 left, I guess it's then when you can obviously take it a little bit easier. You understand that there's only 4 there. You're definitely automatic through. You don't have to worry about times. And as you can see, they're starting to move away. Top 4, creating a little bit of a gap. There's a couple of metres back there to the 5th runner.
Yeah, Buckman making a move now around the bend. Not sure, probably didn't need to, but Blundell really not wanting to give up the lead, and they've pulled away from Madeline Murray there, Sunaga and Sharp. Sharp starting to move up onto the back of the Japanese athlete, trying to get into that first automatic qualifying position. But Blundell really did not want to let Buckman have this win.
No, it looks like she actually wants to take this one out, which is interesting, but some athletes are like that. They like to get that mental edge over their competitors, just knowing that they've gone through into the final with a win. And Jenny looks like she's going to take line honours over Zoe. I can't see Zoe even bothering to come back at Jenny. She'll let Jenny run away, because obviously she's clear by 20-30 metres over the athlete behind her.
And very, very handy running there from Blundell, just strolling across the line. Buckman in second, and it looks like Madeline Murray and Sharp. They'll be the first automatic qualifiers. We'll wait and see who takes those small cues, and we'll keep an eye on those and see who can come back over the weekend for the final.
Good job. Well done. Jen, hop in.
It looks like Tamsin's got both Zoe Buckman and Jenny Blundell.
I do. I have the 2 Olympic stars here. Zoe, you were happy to just sit in there behind Jenny and just get the job done in terms of qualification?
Nice cruisy run, good little tune-up for the finals.
You get a day off tomorrow. Will you have a bit of a flush out?
Actually, I'm planning on 800.
Now that is exciting. That is really exciting. Awesome.
They scratch the semis. I'm hoping that a few people pull out if it clashes with the 15 final. Yeah, I'm excited for that. Another little tune-up.
Well, you're definitely fit enough. You know, as soon as you enter, that means I think you'll be the fastest in terms of PB. So it'll be exciting to see you run. So make sure you rest up, Zoe. Well done. You look fantastic. Jen, you did what you always love to do. You got out to the front and just ran and controlled the race.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to have a bit of a shakeout, and I didn't want to get caught in the pack. So, yeah, it was just a nice thing to do, just showing up front.
You've learned from Olympic racing, obviously. With heats, it can be quite rough, so you don't want to get caught into the rough stuff. You certainly didn't. You pushed the pace. And how's your preparation been for this?
Good. It's been a bit of a hard season to plan, because either the weather hasn't been on our side or there hasn't been enough races. And with most of my competitors living in Melbourne, it's been a little lonely, but there still was some good competition here in Sydney, though.
Perfect. So plan of attack, Saturday night final, and then overseas to chase that qualifier?
Yeah, definitely. I haven't got any plans set in stone, but I don't know whether I'd do the Asia circuit or train and then go to Europe. I don't know. Not yet.
We had a fantastic season last year. I'm sure you're going to improve on that this year. So good luck for the Saturday's final, Jen.
Thanks, Tamsin. See you guys.
Yeah, she did have a fantastic season. last year, which culminated in her getting a selection to the Rio Olympics. And as you can see there's our start list for the second heat of the women's 1500 metres. Talia Hayes from Victoria, Lyndon Hall, Victoria, Holly Campbell, New South Wales, Karina van der Klooster, Victoria, Morty Skyring, New South Wales, Amy Harding Deleuze, New South Wales, Lauren Ryan, Victoria, Heidi C, New South Wales, Emily Guy, Victoria, Elise Gallen, New South Wales. Over the page we go, Lucy Buckley from South Australia, Kayla DeBont from Victoria, Bridget Seeley from Victoria, and rounding out the field from WA, Catherine van der Walt. So a little bit of a trivia thing for you there. Catherine van der Walt, she's 23-year-old, but it's been 8 years since she last competed at a national championships.
8 years.
8 years at such a young age. Jeez. So long time on the sidelines, but in this race, obviously we'll be looking at Lyndon Hall and Heidi C. Obviously, they're your two quality athletes in this one, but there's also a number of quality juniors in this event too.
Yeah, Amy Harding Deleuze went to the World Under-20 Championships last year in this event.
Yep.
So won
definitely.
the national champs at the Under-20 last year.
A couple of others to watch out for, obviously Morty Skyring, Holly Campbell, a couple of youngsters as well in this field. So we'll see how these girls fare in this one. They obviously now know what they need to run to get those automatic qualifiers on the times. It'll be interesting to see if Heidi C and Lyndon Hall set this one up just like we saw in the previous race with Zoe Buckman.
Yeah, definitely. And there's Lyndon Hall straight to the front and taking the pace very early. Heidi C, a master tactician. Always just gets in the right place at the right time, and happened in 2015, happened in 2016, turned on the pace and took it out.
Yeah, definitely a good championship racer. And that's what it takes to take out national titles, and obviously she has, as you said, mastered that.
Youngster Emily Ryan just tucked in behind Lyndon Hall. And the number 4, Karina van der Klooster from Victoria. Oh, just a few athletes with this pack this tight. There's going to be a few little shoe touches.
Van der Klooster has a time of 4:16.68, so she'll definitely be one to watch in this one. There's a number of girls who've gone sub 4:20, so it will be interesting to see if those are the girls that start to make their way to the front of the field. But as we see there, Lyndon Hall doing all the work out the front, Heidi C sitting in just behind, closely followed by Lucy Buckley.
Yeah, the South Australian athlete.
Now, is that the red of South Australia? She got the South Australian uniform on, or has she just gone with a plain red crop top there? I do hope that she's got the South Australian uniform. It's
well,
good
the bottoms are definitely South Australia. I can see the crow, and it's hard to see with the... No, that's definitely... It's not the current one,
but it is still the South Australian uniform. So that's great to see from Lucy Buckley. Obviously, Adam Bishop down there, the CEO of Athletics South Australia, is doing a fantastic job. He's pretty proud of his new uniform. He's sent me pictures on a number of occasions and thinks it's better than the ACT one, but we'll let the judges decide on that. But as we see them go around, they've just gone over the 2-minute mark, 2 laps to go.
We'll see what they can split through this first 800. Going through 2:19.92. And that's Hall and C, Campbell and Buckley. And number 1 out in front is Talia Hayes from Victoria. So that's your first 5. Number 12, Kayla DeBont there as well.
But in this one, looks like there's more athletes in this top pack than the previous heat. By the bell lap, there was only 4 left in our first heat of the 1500, where looks like we've got quite a number of athletes here. There's still about 9 in with a chance here. Obviously, Hall and C, you'd almost lock them in for top 2, but there's still 2 more automatics after that, and then 4 more best times.
Yeah, and
that can advance through to the final.
Holly Campbell really keeping herself attached. She's not letting that rope stretch too far as they get the belt in 3:14.
She's got a time of 4:15.70, so she is one of the quicker ones in the field.
Had a good year. But it is a battle here for that fourth position, you'd think. Campbell really getting onto the back of C and Hall as the last athletes go through the bell. These three getting themselves a good 10-metre lead back from that fourth and final automatic qualifying position. These girls very, very comfortable out in front. And I think this is what we'll see happen in the final later on. Just add in Buckman and Blundell. But these three athletes, a big, big lead. Not overexerting themselves too much. No need to with such a big lead. But the real battle will be in that minor placings for fourth. And it looks like it's Kayla DeBont at the moment. She's got a good lead from the rest. And I think that's going to be your final four as enter the home straight. Hall, C, Campbell and DeBont. Very, very cruisy for these girls. Just rolling the legs over.
Yeah, it's definitely no stress from these two at all. Linda will take it out, followed by Heidi C. Then Holly Campbell and DeBont coming through to take that fourth automatic. We'll have to wait for the times. Obviously, we need to find the next four fastest. The photo finish guys will look through this one, make sure they give us the qualifiers through to the final. But they were your top four. They're automatic. There's nothing you can do about that. Straight through.
They're in. No dramas. As you can see, very, 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 very relaxed from Hall. Third fastest all time, I think she is now, over the 1500.
And there's been some quality 1500 runners in Australian history.
13th at Rio, one place away from the final for Lyndon Hall. And she did win the Summer of That's Grand Prix down in Canberra in those conditions. And it looks like we've got Tamsin down there with both first and second, Hall and C.
I tell you what, this is going to be a fantastic final on Saturday night. We've got such talent in the women's 1500. I'm joined by last year's national champion. Obviously, after nationals, things didn't go to plan, but you're back again to have another crack.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited this year and feeling really confident but not complacent because, yeah, like you said, I have three girls who are Olympic semi-finalists. So if I want to win, I've really got my work cut out for me.
Yep, definitely. Well said. But Heidi, you are in great shape and you looked fantastic. How did you feel out there?
I felt really good, really comfortable. I kind of like having the prelims because you kind of just get out there and get a bit of the nerves out and just get going. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to Saturday a lot.
And Lyndon, you obviously, like Jen, you went out there, controlled it from the front. And also, like Jen, you had a fantastic season last year, came ahead in leaps and bounds, ended up with a 4:01, and people were talking about you breaking the Australian record. You look great, controlled, just got the job done.
Yeah, it was good fun. It was sort of nice to run clear and not get splashed with puddles the entire way. I always think running a heat in an even pace hurts less than running a 400 at the end, so kind of just ended up at the front and went with it. And yeah, good fun. Nice to shake the legs out like Heidi was saying, but hopefully it's a little drier.
So what are the plans for tomorrow? You get a day off. What will you do? Have a bit of a flush out?
Yeah, probably treat myself to a little bit of massage, a bit of a sleep in, all the good things, and yeah, go for a little jog. Nothing too fancy. Try and chill out. Probably got some homework I should be doing.
I love it. See, these guys are some of the toughest athletes on the track, so you guys deserve a day off. Good luck for the final. I certainly can't wait to watch it, but it's going to be great. Well done.
Yeah, thanks, Tamsin. Thanks to Lyndon and Heidi. Now, I got stitched up yesterday. Ben Offren's just putting his shoes on for the end of the day. I won't say anything about it. He had beautiful socks on, amazing socks. No smells up here at all.
They were actually freshies, straight out of the packet this morning.
Oh.
So I like to play a little bit of sock game. I had some on yesterday. I'm going to rotate, have a new pair of socks on every day. Freshies.
Freshies. Well, you know, lucky you got them out there. They were probably a little bit moist when you did the walk around before.
Yeah, they were a little bit moist. That's why I took the shoes off, trying to dry them out a little bit, obviously, because as soon as you put moisture in it, they start to stink. And I didn't want any of that. I want to keep these socks as fresh as possible.
Now, we had some excellent performances tonight. We saw the Opens turn up again, and hopefully you can join us tomorrow for some dry weather. Tamsin down trackside won't be too wet again later on. Oh,
fingers crossed for that. Obviously,
I'm really looking forward to the 800. We're going to see the semi-finals of the 400 tomorrow. We'll actually see the heats of the 100 as well.
Yeah, there's actually some great events on tomorrow. So just looking at the weather, obviously it just gives you a little symbol. Sometimes this little symbol doesn't give you a true indication on what the weather will be. So at the moment, it's the windy symbol with 20 degrees. So let's hope that changes and we can get a little bit more of a better forecast out of the other one. But we're going to cut down to Tams, and looks like she's down there trackside with some of our discus throwers, Guy, Henley, and also Kirk down there.
I am. I'm here with Guy and Daniel, and they've just finished in some of the toughest conditions out there to throw the discus. I was enjoying watching, I think the guys were as well, how you had to put the discus inside your top and then run out there. What was the reasoning behind that? Obviously keeping it dry?
Yeah, just trying to keep it dry. Like, you can't get a purchase on it. So if you've got it dry enough under your top and you get out and your fingers are already sort of in the right place, and you're not too bad. But as soon as you get a bit of water, it's pretty tough out there, yeah.
I suppose it's good practice in case you do get these conditions at a competition which a major, you know. Is that the only thing that you can look at and take from a night like this?
Definitely. Especially with places like the next World Champs. It's in London where, you know, generically, like, the weather's not very good at all. So it's always good to train in it and to compete in it, just to get the experience. And, you know, when you need to pull it out in the big stage, and you've got backing and you've got experience doing that. So
what are the goals for the rest of the season?
I've got another event down in Geelong next week, so there's a throwers only event there, which will be good. And then just a training block for a little bit, and hopefully another couple before the qualifying period closes. Yeah, so.
People seem to like that circle in Geelong, don't they?
It's pretty good. We missed out on an IPC sanctioned event there last week, and I know that Danny Stevens and Matt Denny did really well. So yeah, pretty keen to get down there and have a throw. Yeah.
Is this one IPC sanctioned?
It is, yeah. Yep.
Okay, perfect.
26, I think, the forecast, so a little bit nicer here. Yeah.
And your plans, Guy?
So I've got basically a week off, just a little bit of a breather, and then to get back straight back into it again. So I've probably got Worlds coming up in July, so I've got a big block prior to that just to get all ready and prepared and back in shape and stuff. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Fantastic. Well, you've got a lot of fans that'll be watching to see how you guys go. Good luck in Geelong, and fingers crossed for the World Champs.
Yeah, thanks, Tams, and thanks to those guys there. I'm sure I'd do anything for a 26-degree day right now.
No, most certainly. But you would have thought we would have got one after yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. There's the results there from that men's under-14 long jump. Donovan Bradshaw, 5 metres 45. Rowan Tan finishing his second, 5.21. And Ryan Tarrant with a 5.07. Some very good jumping there. Tough conditions. We saw the ambulant long jump for the girls before. On these boys, very hard to even just make a dent in that sand. I didn't think I'd be saying that.
Yeah, it's not a thing you usually see. So it is unfortunate that the athletes had to put up with these conditions, but obviously we can't affect the weather. It's just the way it is. Obviously, we're a little blessed that the conditions are only this bad, because obviously we've got our thoughts are out there with the Queenslanders, or obviously having to deal with the cyclone up there. But for the moment, it looks like we're going to throw down to Tamsin. She's got the winner of the under-14s long jump.
I do. I'm down here with Donovan Bradshaw. You guys look like you're having a lot of fun out there in the pit.
Well, hard conditions. None of us got PBs. Well, most of us didn't.
So were you happy to come away with just the win tonight?
Yeah. Well, I usually jump well on my first jump, and that was the case today. So I jumped well on my first one. The rest were okay, but my first was the best.
Do you know what? That's a really, really good way to go about it, because as your family and friends who are watching you, if you can nail the board and get a big jump out first, that's exactly what I want you to do when you hit the Australian team as a senior. So you keep doing that. Obviously, the conditions are a bit tough. What is your personal best?
560.
And you finished off with 540? That's pretty close. Pretty close. Well, I think you've done a great effort. Well done, and good luck with the coming events.
Yeah, thanks to Donovan. Taking a bit, not 15 centimetres off his PB in these kind of conditions. I'm sure he could be happy about that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too upset with that at all. The other thing is, this competition is about coming here and walking away with those medals.
It's the championship.
So if you come here and you take a gold medal, I don't care what the performance is, you've got to be pretty happy with that.
Tamsin, we've enjoyed ourselves up here, but you're down in the wet there. Talk us through some of your highlights that you found. Maybe some of the athletes you've had a chance to have a chat to.
We've also seen that you've ditched the umbrella. You're braving the conditions solo out there.
Yeah, no, I am. Don't get the camera on, thanks. That'd be really handy. Do you know what? I really enjoyed the junior 800s. I thought some of those guys were fantastic racers, and they're their attitudes after the race, like, were really healthy, and I'm looking forward to seeing those athletes go through the ranks and hopefully hit senior levels, because I think we've got great talent coming through. I'm so excited about the men's 800. They set it up just beautifully, didn't they? It's going to be an amazing final on Saturday night. And the women's 1500, you got 3 Olympic semi-finalists running here in our home country, and then you put in the national champion from last year who was unlucky to miss out on the Olympics with injury. So there's a lot to look forward to over these next few days.
Yeah, there's still. Sorry, there is. We are excited.
Yeah, we are. I was just going to agree. I agree with everything there. I'm actually looking forward to it, and especially that men's 800. Honestly, cutthroat racing in the heats, setting up for an amazing final. I think the racing is going to be on. And honestly, I couldn't pick a winner right now.
No one's showing that outrageous form. They're all sitting in that 140. I don't know if many people have even gone. Only a couple. Actually, only Peter Boll's gone under 146 of the guys that are there at the moment. So it's going to be interesting. Stay tuned. We'll be back again tomorrow, Friday. That's day 6 of 8 at the 2017 Australian Athletics Championships. Watch tomorrow.